shape them. Africa is no longer, I think the same thing was mentioned by our dean here, that Africa is no longer viewed merely as a recipient receiving ideas, innovation and development. Increasingly, our continent is asserting itself as a generator of knowledge, innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership. Across Africa, we witness remarkable advances in science, technology, creative industries, sustainable developments, and democratic participations. These developments affirm that Africa possesses the intellectual capital, youthful population, and cultural richness necessary to contribute meaningfully to global progress. Yet, awakening is not merely about recognizing potential. It requires courage, it requires a vision and collective action. It calls upon our universities to produce knowledge that addresses Africa's realities while contributing solutions to global challenges. It demands also partnership built on mutual respect, equity, and shared purpose. This vision resonates profoundly with the strategic aspiration of our university. We have committed ourselves to becoming the node of African thought, which, as the dean also mentioned, very important to us. All of us, we mentioned that. It's very important. Which meaning that we are a university that generates knowledge grounded in African realities while engaging confidently with the world. Being the node of African thought means creating space where African knowledge systems, languages, cultures, and lived experiences are valued as legitimate sources of scholarship and innovation. It means promoting research that addresses the pressing need of our communities while contributing to international scholarship. I'm sure you've heard of some of our researchers who are seriously working on indigenous knowledge and how it still applies to the way of solving issues right now, even scientifically. So those are the kind of things that we do. So it means preparing graduates who are globally competitive, yet deeply connected to the aspiration and challenges of the African continent. As we pursue this vision, we recognize that no university can work alone. Collaboration remains essential. Partnership between universities, governments, industry, communities, and international organizations are indispensable if we are to unlock Africa's immense potential. The MBALI International Conference exemplifies precisely the spirit of collaboration. It reminds us that knowledge flourishes when disciplines intersect, when institutions collaborate, when generations engage one another, and when diverse perspectives are welcomed. I'm particularly delighted that students are once again active participants in this conference. Their presentations remind us that the future of scholarship rests in capable hands. Our students are not simply the leaders of tomorrow, but they are already contributing new ideas, fresh perspectives, and innovative solutions today. We encourage them to engage confidently with experienced scholars, challenge conventional thinking, and become active contributors to Africa's intellectual renaissance. Today, we are honored by the presence of leaders whose contributions continue to shape our province and our nation. the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Tamintul. Your leadership and commitment to the development of our province are deeply appreciated. We are honored that you have joined us to deliver a keynote address. And as our Dean also said, that this is part of our collaboration with your Premier and your office. We also welcome Ms. Fazal Mkhize, Chief Executive of Business Banking of ABSA. Your presence underscores the importance of collaboration between higher education and financial sector in advancing innovation, entrepreneurship, and inclusive economic growth. Our sincere welcome also goes to Jane Masite, whose distinguished expertise in auditing, governance, leadership, and risk management continues to contribute significantly to ethical, accountable leadership in South Africa. We look forward to the insights you will share during this conference. To our distinguished delegates, your presence enriches the conference immensely. Whether you are presenting research, participating in discussion, or establishing new collaborations, your contribution to a growing community committed to advancing scholarship that matters. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate 10 years of the MBALI conference, let us also imagine the next decade. May this conference continue to grow in stature and influence. May it strengthen African scholarship. May it deepen international collaboration while remaining firmly rooted in African realities. May it continue to produce knowledge that transforms lives, informs public policy, and contributes to a more than just prosperous and sustainable world. As Nelson Mandela reminded us that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. As universities, we carry the responsibilities of ensuring that education and research become instruments for justice, human dignity, sustainable development, and shared prosperity. I congratulate the organizing committee, our academic partners, and of course, showed the continued success of this conference. Your commitment has established MBALI as a conference of excellence and international recognition. With these words, it gives me the great pleasure to officially declare the 10th MBALI International Conference open. I wish you a stimulating discussion.
That has helped us get to where we are today. So to the provincial government, a very big thank you on behalf of the Faculty of Commerce Administration. Vice Chancellor has said, I am reminded of something that was said by Ellen Sully, where it says, the size of your dreams, capacity to achieve them. If your dreams do not scare you, they are not big enough. This sentiment captures the spirit of our gathering today. The African but as opportunities for transformation and growth. And may this spirit of unity, progress, and partnership guide our deliberations throughout this conference. I now call upon
our theme for today. Welcome, Mr. Andy.
And it is something that I just think we should not take very lightly. Prof, as we welcome you in your new role at the institution, we wish you everything of the best, and we pray to God Almighty to walk with you on this path, because yours is somehow different, because university is located in a different part, in a different social circumstances, in a different setting. And as we were growing up, and I think it's the case now, that we all know that institutions of higher learning should also help to inspire young people, to provide an inspirations with regards to what is possible. And that university should continue to open doors for young people to become scholars, to be encouraged to do work and also become, better human beings and contribute in the world that we want to build going forward as Africans. And I think it's something that is very special. And personally, I have a very fond memories of the university. I've been in the banking space for the last 30 years, and in my early stages of banking, one of the responsibilities that I had when I lived in this province, I was responsible for government business. And one of my clients was University of Zululand. And I know that the first transaction that I did, we had to write a letter of approval to Professor Kader Asmal, who was then the Minister of Education, to help us, give us an approval, because universities at the time were not allowed to borrow, just for working capital for university. And those were my first early impressions of how the universities work, etc. And I must just say that having gone through, those processes, having worked with Professor Dlamini, Professor Mtolo, Mtosa, Professor Mavi, may her soul rest in peace, and now you, that, the history and the heritage and the collaborations that we've seen over the years between Absa Bank and university may live longer beyond our term in office. And I think, maybe before I sit down, just also to appreciate, I know, having dealt with the Premier on one-on-one basis in my early visit of this province, when we're engaging around the role that we believe we should be playing as business in uplifting province, and also supporting government in terms of driving partnership and making sure that the province, gets its space in South Africa and its contribution because of value that it brings. And also working with government to make sure that the conditions of the, people in the province, particularly the rural people, feel supported, feel acknowledged, feel, that the government and business do care very deeply about their requirements and need. I was impressed, and the storyline has not changed, that the Premier believes very deeply with regards to the work that needs to be done in terms of uplifting rural communities. I'm not saying this because he's here, and I say this even in the, conversations that we have as we deal with some of the challenges of the country. And I just say that your story is unique, because sometimes we tend to forget that KwaZulu-Natal is not Pietermaritzburg, it's not Newcastle or Richards Bay. It's bigger than that. And unless we, all the time, when we have an opportunity to reflect around some of these things, the work we do, where we put our energies, will always need to reflect that ours is to make sure that we don't forget that we've got a society, we've got a province that requires all of us, requires our contribution, requires our energy, requires our focus, so that those perhaps who are in the most unfortunate parts of our country or in the province, that they feel, they are acknowledged, they are recognized, and they are supported, so that they can also reach their highest aspirations, like all of us have done, through support of others. And I think it's something that is important. Maybe as we conclude, in terms of my opening remarks on this, is that I've had an opportunity just to see the contents of the papers that are going to be presented in the next couple of hours and tomorrow. I might just say that, how do you recognize if the institution is moving right? You recognize it by the nature of the research papers that are being produced. And if I look at some of the themes that I've looked at there, artificial intelligence, how we deal with inflation, how do we deal with human resource development, and how you deal with some of the structural issues that we find in the world in terms of inequalities, etc. It does say to me that the institution is, over and above everything that we see, is really dealing with some of the everyday challenges of the world, challenges of Africa, and challenges of our country. And we hope some of your insights, some of this research can help us to make better decisions in terms of making sure that we make our contribution to make South Africa, to make Africa a better place. I wish you everything of the best in terms of your conference. May you be all successful. And I'm hoping that in future, and I know that these things are sometimes difficult, that we have a scenario where we have a conference such as this, maybe held at a place where in the venue, you have an opportunity for students that are doing, postgraduate qualification. They can also come and listen, at face value, come and listen and be inspired by some of the quality of the work that you guys produce. And by so doing, we are able to plant the seed for them to become like yourself in terms of the quality of the research that you do. Thank you very much. Siyazibongela.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize, and thank you to ABSA for helping the institution deliver on our corporate social responsibility as we deliberate on intellectual topics. I now call upon our Dean, Professor Magigaba, to, in true UniZulu style, acknowledge and appreciate you, Mr. Mkhize, for your time here. Thank you. We now move on to our next speaker, who is the Vice President and Executive Director of Chartered Institute of Audit, Governance, Oversight, and Leadership, Dr. Jane Masite. And as the AG is here, we are documenting everything and it will be declared. Assure you.
Okay. Program Director, Prof. K. Naidu, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me acknowledge the Honorable Premier in our midst. Let me also acknowledge my Vice Chancellor, Principal, Mekunene, not forgetting to acknowledge as well Dean of the Faculty, Mema Gigaba, and the Deputy Deans of the Faculty. I won't be doing justice. I think I must also thank and acknowledge CEO of ABSA Business Banking. I think he has been carrying this process up to this level. The Auditor General in our midst, Metsakane Maluleke. Key sponsors, I know we have already talked to ABSA, distinguished guests, scholars, researchers, and the industry leaders, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is a profound privilege to stand before you in this landmark of the 10th anniversary celebration of MBALI International Conference. I think we all know what is the meaning of MBALI. It is a flower in isiZulu. This symbolizes how this platform has blossomed to this level. I think from humble beginnings to humble academic roots into the vibrant canopy of ideas. My theme for today, which I think is relevant, is also to encourage women and is aligned to the main theme that we all know, which African awakened possibility, progress and partnership in multipolar world, which is going to be explored by different speakers today. My theme for this conference, which I have aligned it to the main theme, African empowering women to participate in global arena through higher education. This conference is more than an academic gathering. I think we had the principal, we have the dean. How are we doing as the University of Zululand? It is a celebration of knowledge, partnership, innovation, and Africans' collective determination to shape its own future. Ladies and gentlemen, across the world, new centers of economy and political influence are emerging. Technology is transforming every profession. I think we all know
And as we are at this level, we are guarding against us doing research on artificial intelligence. So it's something that you are aware of, but that artificial intelligence is changing the way we learn, work, and govern. Africa is no longer a spectator to these changes. We are called to be active contributors and respected partners in the process. Yet Africa's awakening cannot be complete if African women remain underrepresented in leadership. Research, innovation, and global decision-making calls for women to be part of the process. Our gathering today here is particularly significant because it takes place during an African Women's Month. I'm saying African because we are in Africa. When we commemorate the History March of August 1956, more than 20,000 courageous women marched to the Union Building to reject injustice and affirm the dignity and strength of women. Their legacy continues to inspire, to live with us through the timeliness words. Watinta abafasi, utinta mbogod. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. Today we honor those women not only by remembering their courage, but by ensuring that every woman and every girl has opportunity to learn, to lead, innovate, and influence the future of our country and of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of Women's Month 2026 calls on us to move beyond celebrations towards a meaningful action. It challenges us to remove barriers that continue to prevent women from participating fully in the economy, public leadership, higher education, and global knowledge and global participation economy. This is where higher education becomes one of the African strategic investment. Universities do far more than award degrees. I think we're not counting the numbers. We want the impact out there. They cultivate critical thinking. They produce scientists. They prepare entrepreneurs. They develop ethical leaders. They generate research that solves societal challenges. Our institute have a responsibility not to educate students, but to prepare women and other students who can compete confidently in the international research, business, diplomacy, governance, and innovation, and even risk management. The future belongs to the nation that invests in knowledge. Africans' greatest natural resource is not beneath our soil. It is a talent, creativity, and resilience of our people. And among those people, African women represent one of our continent's greatest untapped strengths. Ladies and gentlemen, empowering women through the higher education is not merely a gender issue. It is a must. It is an economic strategy. It is a governance strategy. It is a development strategy. When women are educated, poverty declines, health outcomes improve, innovation increases, business grow, public institutions become stronger. Research constantly demonstrates that countries with greater gender inclusion achieve better economic performance, more sustainable development. The question becomes before us is therefore not whether African can afford to invest in women. The real question is whether African can afford not to invest in women. As we speak about Africans' culture, we cannot ignore one of the defining governance conversations taking place in our country. And I know that all of us, you are watching this one even from the other part of Africa, even in international level. The work of Madlanga Commission has reminded South Africans that the strength of nation depends not only on good policies, but ethical leadership, accountable institutions, and public trust. Whether the Commission examines governance failures, institutional weaknesses, or failures of accountability, broader lesson is clear. Institutions succeed when leaders play integrity above self-interest. That lesson is particularly important for us in the university. Higher education institutions must produce graduates who possesses not only technical competencies, but also ethical courage. Our graduate must understand that leadership is about service, that accountability is not an option, that public resources are sacred. The corruption destroys opportunities, especially for women and young people. The Africa we see cannot be built by qualification alone. I think the principal said it, my dean said it. It must be built by character. Ladies and gentlemen, in a multipolar world, partnership matters more than ever before, but we must go further. Universities should work with industries to ensure that students gain practical experience. Professional bodies must contribute to the curriculum development for relevance. I think what we are trying to say, universities must also have relationships with professional bodies, SAIGA, SAGOL, IIA, Risk Management Institute, and the others. Business must help identify emerging skills, especially in the global market. Government must create an environment that enables innovations for markets growth. We heard that we have our government here. They are taking note of this as well. And universities must commercialize research and encourage entrepreneurship and leaders. Research must work across borders. Communities must support innovation. These partnership opportunities for African women to contribute to a global research, international trade, technological advancement, and public policy. But partnership must be equitable. Africa must participate as respected contributors, not merely a recipient of knowledge. African women must lead international research. They must establish global enterprise. They must respect Africa in multilateral institutions. They must shape international policy as well. Higher education provides a platform from which this aspiration becomes reality. Technology is transforming every profession. Artificial intelligence, as already said, is in our space. We also see digital finance. We also see climate innovation are reshaping the global economy. Our university must ensure that women are not left behind in the space. We need more women in engineering, more women in science needed to be participating in the market. More women in technology are needed. Also, women are needed in leading the research. And we need more women as vice chancellors. Also, we need more women as auditor generals and entrepreneurship, diplomats, and innovators. The world does not need African women to be imitating others. It needs African women to contribute to African solution for global challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate Women's Month, we must also remember that equality is achieved through opportunity, and opportunity begins in the classroom. It grows through mentorship, it strengthens through partnership, and it flourishes when institutions are ethical, accountable, and inclusiveness. The generation is watching us. The upcoming and the next generation is watching us. They are asking whether universities will prepare them for jobs that do not yet exist, whether government will invest in their dreams, whether the society will judge them by their ability rather than their gender. Our answer must be yes, that new innovation progress and an Africa whose daughters stand confidently on the global stage, shaping the future with courage, wisdom, and compassion. When we educate the women, we empower a generation. Let us rise together. Let us lead together. Let us build together. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, Africans' awakening is underway. If we govern with integrity, manage the risk strategically, lead ethically, Africa will not merely participate in multipolar world, it will shape it. The possibilities are before us, the responsibility is ours, the time is now. Let this 10th anniversary not only celebrate history, but boldly transform possibilities into progress, progress into partnership, and partnership into lasting prosperity. Thank you, Program Director, for the opportunity. Let me also thank the organizers of this conference, sponsors, and all of us that we made to this conference. Together, let us build an African governed with integrity, led with courage, transformed through ethical leadership. I thank you. Yabong.
Dr. Masite, as is our tradition at UniZulu, we will acknowledge your presence here and your contribution with your inspiring words. With a token of our appreciation, handed over to you by our Dean, Professor Magigaba. And Dr. Masite, going on the words that you have shared with us, I can assure you that at UniZulu, if you look at our leadership and the composition of our leadership, we are epitomizing the change we want to see by having women leaders in our executive management. So I think we are embracing the trend and we are putting our women leaders out there. Ladies and gentlemen, it now gives me great pleasure to call upon our keynote speaker, the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Tamsanqa Ntuli.
Thank you. We may be seated. I wonder where do you put mine? Where did I put mine here? Put it like this. This. Thank you. Thank you very much to Professor Naidu, who's our program director, for affording us an opportunity to be in this important platform. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Zululand, Professor Kunene, congratulations to your new position. I think when I was here last time, you were not in the office. It's always wonderful to see someone who understands the institution, growing within the institution. We're sitting next to a very important person in our table, the Auditor General of South Africa, Me Malulega. It's an honor, in fact, just to sit in a table with you. We're really humbled. The CEO of Business Banking, Absa Group, Kabazela. I was looking at the color of your suit and I became very worried that I need to check whether you are not stalking the premier. You made it a point that you had to wear alike, but I'm not surprised because you are our banker. I must declare, Ms. Malulega, they are our banker. Our guest speaker, Dr. Masite, who have just spoken quite very well. Women are always like that when they are given an opportunity. There's always something very special about women. When they're given a chance to execute a task, they execute it diligently. Professor Makikaba, who welcomed us here, who's the Dean for the faculty. Thank you very much for your encouraging, welcoming remarks. To all important guests who are present here today, who might have been not enlisted in this observation, you must know that to me, you are very important. I wonder why those who were preparing the list, they did not include almost everyone present in this room. But I think they're worried about time. Otherwise, they would have acknowledged almost everyone who's present here. Special Advisor, Mr. Mdaga, and Dr. Donda, the Deputy Director General in the Office of the Premier, Mr. Ngubane, esteemed guests, members of the media, present, and ladies and gentlemen. I must say, Happy Women's Month. I think that one is quite very important because in this month, we are commemorating the role of the women in shaping the future of our country. Women are emerging and rising as powerful leaders. No wonder here, if someone was careful in analyzing the speakers, right from the program director to the list of the speakers, there is women dominance. They are dominating the list. Auditor General is a woman, Vice Chancellor is a woman, the Dean of the Faculty is a woman. When you analyze the leadership in South Africa, you realize that women are playing a very important role in the life of our country. They're really rising as powerful leaders, transforming our nation and shaping the future with courage, wisdom, and resilience. Their leadership is driving positive change, promoting equality, innovation, and sustainable development across the world. My mentor, the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, said in 2019, I open quote, "There is something special about women. Women are special. When they are given a task to execute, they execute it diligently." I close quote. I welcome this opportunity today for being invited as a milestone. 10 years of the MBALI conference, 10 years of African intellectualism, sustained and growing. I am honored to stand before scholars from across this continent and beyond it. The program before us tells its own story. The profiles tell it. The abstracts tell it. Once again, MBALI has gathered the brightest minds our continent has to offer. That is what conferences like this are for. Not just talk, but transformation. Not just theory, but solutions. Solutions for Africa. Solutions for the world we all share. That is the work that is in this room today. I am proud of where we stand to do this work. This region was once written off, once dismissed, once labeled backward by those who never understood it. Today, it hosts scholars from every corner of Africa and beyond. I'm prouder still of who hosts us. The University of Zululand, our own Ungoye, once branded as a Bush university, a term born of apartheid, designed to diminish, designed for Black, colored, and Indian students, and designed to limit their horizons. That was the intention. That is not the outcome. Because here we are, a decade of excellence built on ground once dismissed, a university once diminished, now home to conversations that shape our continent's future. This is what Africa does. She takes what was meant to break her, and she builds with it instead. Yes, we can, and yes, we have. The theme of this gathering is timely. Africa awakens. Possibilities, progress, partnerships in a multipolar world. Let us be honest about what that world looks like. No continent is at peace. No economy is predictable. No democracy is fully safe. What is a multipolar world? It is a world no longer ruled by one power alone. It is a world of many centers, east and west, north and south, and powers and rising ones. All powers and rising ones. It is a world where Africa can no longer be spoken about. Africa must speak for herself. But let's be honest about the cost of this moment too. Ordinary people are paying for choices they did not make. The poor are punished for the greed of the rich. Workers carry burdens that boardrooms created. That is not multipolarity. That is injustice, dressed up in new geography. And there is more at stake than markets. Our children's future hangs in the balance. Climate change accelerates, leaders hesitate. The planet does not wait for our indecision. This generation did not create this crisis. This generation will inherit it regardless. So I ask you, scholars, gathered here today, what is the role of the intellectual in a moment like this? Is it enough to observe? Is it enough to publish, to theorize, to analyze from a distance? Or does this moment demand more? Africa does not need scholars who only watch history. Africa needs scholars who help write it. So let me answer my own question. The role of the intellectual is not to stand at the edge of history. It is to stand inside it, not as a spectator, but as a builder. That is where possibility begins. Possibility is not naive hope. Possibility is disciplined imagination. It asked, what could Africa be if her scholars stopped exporting their best at thinking elsewhere? What could this continent become if her universities became engines of solutions, not just holders of degrees? That is the possibility this conference represents. Possibility means nothing without progress. Progress is possibility with a deadline. It is the research that becomes policy. It is the paper that becomes a program. It is the theory that walks off the page and into a community. Africa has never lacked ideas. Africa has too often lacked the bridge between the idea and implementation. Scholars, you are that bridge. And progress does not happen alone. It never has. It happens through partnerships. Government working with academia, academia working with industry, industry working with communities. Partnership between ABSA and this university. Partnership between the NYDA and our youth. Partnership between this continent and any nation willing to build with us. Not just extract from us. That is the partnership worth building. Possibilities, progress, partnerships. These are not three separate ideas. They are three steps of the same journey. Africa dreams. Africa builds. Africa does not build alone. That is what a multipolar world demands of us. That is what this conference calls us to do, not someday, but now. Esteemed participants, I want to place this gathering in its proper moment. We do not meet in isolation. We meet on the eve of history. South Africa will soon host the 46th Ordinary Summit of SADC, Heads of State and Government, right here in Durban, right here in KwaZulu-Natal, just a few hours from where we sit today. That summit carries a theme of its own: resilience, industrialization, built through infrastructure, built through agriculture, built through mineral transformation. Read that theme again. It is not far from our own. Because what is SADC's theme, if not possibility? What is resilient industrialization, if not progress made regional? What is a summit of 15 nations, if not partnership, at the highest level our continent can offer? This is not coincidence. This is convergence. Scholars in Richards Bay, head of states in Durban, both asking the same question in different rooms. How does Africa build power on her own terms? Infrastructure is not just roads and rail. Infrastructure is sovereignty, but brick by brick. Build a brick by brick. A continent that cannot move her own goods, cannot claim her own future. SADC knows this. This conference knows this too. Agriculture is not just fields and harvest. Agriculture is dignity. It is the difference between a continent that feeds itself and a continent that begs for its own resources back. That is not just policy, that is principle. And mineral transformation, let us say this plainly. Africa has actually dug her wealth out of the ground for centuries. Others have processed it. Others have profited from it. Mineral transformation asks a different question. Why must Africa always export the raw and import the refined? These are not questions for presidents alone. These are questions for this room. For every economist here, every policy scholar, every young researcher, still finding their voice. SADC will set the direction in Durban. Institutions like this one must help fill in the how. So as you engage this conference, keep one eye on that summit, because MBALI and SADC are not separate stories. in this week. They are one story of a continent choosing once again to build for herself. As I conclude, a program director, in the context of a multipolar world and in the spirit of partnership, let me speak plainly about the government I lead. Let me speak about what I ask of you, our intellectuals. I lead a government of provincial unity. Let me be honest about what that means. It means no single party in this province governs alone. It means a compromise is not weakness. It means consensus is not defeat. Some will call this complicated. Some will call it fragile. I call it honest. Because Africa's democracies were never meant to be owned by one voice. They were meant to hold many voices at once in argument and still move forward together. I must inform you, if you are not aware, coalitions are the future of our country. Watch the space after the 4th of November this year. You are going to see in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, even in the country, most of the municipalities, they will be governed by coalitions government. This is not, in fact, a one-party answer to our province's problems. This is a festival of ideas, different parties, different histories, different instincts, sitting at one table, building one province. There is not chaos, there is democracy, doing the hard work it was designed to do. We must place this in its proper context. Ours is a post-colonial democracy still finding its footing, still shaking off borders drawn by other hands, still building institutions on ground once designed to exclude the very people it now serves. That struggle is not finished yet. Government of provincial unity is one honest attempt to carry it forward. Our people, through their voice, did not choose this path because it was easy. They chose it because it was necessary. Because in a multipolar world, no single ideology holds every answer. No single party holds every solution. The world has moved past the age of one voice claiming to speak for all. This is where I turn to you, our intellectuals. I do not ask you to cheer for this government. I do not ask you to defend it uncritically. I ask something harder of you. I ask you to help us think, to stress test our policies before the world does, to bring evidence where we bring instinct, to challenge us when we are wrong, and to build with us when we are right. Because a government of provincial unity cannot survive on politicians alone. It needs scholars in the room. It needs a research shaping decisions, not just criticizing them after the fact. It needs this university and universities like it as partners, not spectators. So here is my request, plainly stated. Do not just start this moment. Help me govern through it. Africa does not need intellectuals on the sidelines. Africa needs intellectuals at the table. That is the partnership I'm asking you to build actually with me today. When I met Professor Munene in the Human Resource Development Council, I really appreciated her presence because I want to see all the vice chancellors sitting in that platform in the province of KwaZulu-Natal so that they will inform solutions. They will bring solutions from the research units in their institutions to this government so that we shape the future of our country, of our province together. We owe it to the women, young and old, who are living in the most remote rural communities, even in the townships. We owe it to the youth of our province, the future. And government alone cannot really achieve that. We need to work together. We need to put ideas so that we walk together the journey to a better future. No one must sit on the sidelines. Esteemed academics, KwaZulu-Natal will be watching this conference closely. We will be waiting for ideas. Ideas on how to seize this moment when the world wants what Africa holds. Ideas on how to turn economic growth into social capital, not just profit margins. Ideas on how to grow our economy without leaving our people behind. Ideas on how to protect this continent from exploitation, old and new. I wish you a successful conference, and thank you very much for your invitation.
You may be seated. Thank you to the Honorable Premier for outlining your vision for the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And as our token of our appreciation from the University of Zululand for your time and your commitment, please can you come forward to receive a gift from our Dean, Professor Vezi Magigaba. It's not a suitcase and there's nothing in there. As the Honorable Premier has spoken to us about a multipolar world offers new opportunities for cooperation, investment, knowledge exchange, and shared prosperity. It calls upon us to forge partnerships grounded in mutual respect, equity, and a common commitment to sustainable development. As scholars, policymakers, industry leaders, and practitioners, we have both the opportunity and the responsibility to contribute meaningfully to this important dialogue. The Faculty of Commerce, Administration, and Law is committed to work with your office, Honorable Premier, to positively and constructively contribute to the attainment of strategic goals, especially those targeting socioeconomic transformation and justice. This will help us promote coalition governance, and we are committed to see the change and be the change that we all need in Africa and South Africa. I thank you for your time, Honorable Premier. I think if we are ready, we will have a short tea break, and then we will reconvene in this venue in 15 minutes exactly. So that will take us to to 10:50. Thank you. Please, can we all just be mindful of the time and come back here within 15 minutes? Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, how are you? My apologies, I was failing to join up.
I don't know what is going on, by the way. I was expecting to see the first online presentation. I have a presentation in 30 minutes as well, but I don't see anything here.
Okay. Are you supposed to present or?
I will be presenting at 11:40, so in 30 minutes. My session is the third one in the program, in the online breakout room. But I don't know what's going on. I was expecting to see the first presentation in breakout room number 4. Yeah, but we are here with 10 people. I don't know.
Yeah. So myself, I'm supposed to present now. I'm not so sure if
Are you the first one in the program?
no, I was for this one. Yes, I think so.
When I look at the program now, the first one is interventions to mitigate stress amongst female academics. That's what I see. Is it your presentation?
No, mine is role of voices, digital platforms, communities, media engagement in the digital transformation of Home Affairs.
Okay, now I'm looking at the program again. I don't see your presentation actually, but yeah. Is there any moderator or admin or a chair? Do you know?
Morning. Hello.
Hello, morning.
I think they're experiencing technical difficulties in the main venue.
Okay.
They were on the break. They were supposed to come back, and there'll be a last speaker before the breakout rooms open.
Okay, the breakout rooms are not yet open. Okay,
Yes,
understood.
they're
Thank
not
you.
yet open. Yes, all right. They will connect shortly.
Is not a challenge of people who are young, talented, and able to work, and that we don't have enough of them. We have that. And while other parts of the world are currently contending with aging populations, we can celebrate that we have this demographic dividend coming our way. Ours also is not a challenge of ideas and ambition. The truth is, of all of our master plans and strategies are anything to go by. Maybe what we suffer from is an overabundance of ideas and ambitions rather than the deficit thereof. So if our central challenge is not resource availability, it's not working age population, it's not a lack of ideas and ambitions, it falls to obvious reason, certainly for me, that to the extent that the challenges that confronted the generation of Nkrumah, Kenyatta, Selassie, Nyerere, the challenges that persisted through the generation of Seseseko, Gaddafi, Amin, and Moi, the challenges that continued in the generation of Machel, Mugabe, and Nujoma, the same challenges that were evident in the generation of Chiluba, Zenawi, and Mandela, who then left those challenges in turn to the generation of Kagame, Sirleaf, and Mbeki, and only for those challenges to persist and confront us in this generation today. If all of that is true, then the fundamental challenge that confronts us is perhaps not one of resource endowment, human capability, ingenuity, or imagination, but rather one of behavior. Behavior is about what we choose to do, what we prioritize, what we reward, what we inspire, what we celebrate. Behavior. What we fail to sanction. Behavior. If we accept that the fundamental challenge that faces us as a continent is indeed behavioral in its nature, rather than a natural resource deficiency, then what it raises next is the question of what those behavioral drivers are, those drivers of prosperity that we seem to be lacking, that stand between our possibilities and our prosperity. On the one hand, it is impossible within the time that we have to try and outline an exhaustive list of what these behavioral drivers of prosperity might be. On the other hand, I also want to say that at least one principle that I believe encapsulates a large part of what entails behavioral determinants of prosperity, and it is that almost all sustainable and virtuous success, development, and prosperity, whether it's at an individual level or at a micro-societal level, almost all of these anchors are about, and they remain, and I believe they'll continue to be about, being the result of continuous, cumulative, compounding, reinforcing patterns of progressive action. That's the difference. That's the behavioral pattern. That's the behavior that we should be choosing, one of demonstrating cumulative action on a particular course, compounding and reinforcing patterns on a particular course. That's how you get to progress. Regardless of whether success has, maybe to make it easy, especially for the women in the room, if you think of success as being something about trying to lose weight, you know that it's got to, well, I mean, you got to make it real, right? You got to make it about, or maybe I'm talking pre-GLP-1s, but you got to make it something that is you engaging with on a progressive, consistent, repeated, compounding, reinforcing set of behaviors. And if you take it further away from the individual and you say, does the maxim still hold? And I believe that it does. Even if you're looking at countries and a continent, what we've got to worry about if we're wanting to see progress is questioning the patterns that would be compounding, that would be consistent, that would be reinforcing, that would be cumulative to drive us on a particular path. I believe that it was Friedrich Nietzsche who captured the idea best when in his 1886 book, Beyond Good and Evil, he said that the essential thing in heaven and in earth is apparently that there should be a long obedience in the same direction. Thereby results and has always resulted in the long run, something which has made a life worth living. A long obedience in the same direction. These are the words of Nietzsche back in 1886, and I would like to posit that those words remain to this day a generally acceptable recipe for success. That where there is success or prosperity to be achieved, the critical ingredient and prerequisite must be about having this long obedience in the same direction. This being the key behavioral determinant to progress and prosperity. It was true in South Africa with our long walk to freedom. What we ultimately celebrated in 1994 as political freedom was in itself the result of a long obedience in the same direction. An obedience to a cause that started as early as 1912, some would say even before. But if we start at 1912 and reflect on the establishment of the South African Native National Congress, and we endured all the way through to the uprisings of the 1970s. And yes, I was there. I was asked, Kana, how old are you? Yes, I was there in the 1970s. But this endured all the way through the uprisings of the late 70s and into the 80s, culminating in the constitutional negotiations that precipitated our democratic breakthrough in 1994. These same determinants were true for China too. When you look at the miracle of China lifting more than 800 million people out of extreme poverty since the late 1970s, thus according for the majority of the global decline in extreme poverty over that period. This journey is also an example of a success born out of a long obedience in the same direction. Beginning in 1978 under Deng Xiaoping, China undertook decades of coordinated institutional, economic, and social reforms that increased agricultural output and household income. They harnessed export-led industrialization, drove heavy investment in infrastructure, developed a healthier and more educated workforce over time, moved hundreds of millions of people from lower productivity rural employment into higher productivity urban employment, dealing with manufacturing and into services as well. And they also used that period to build and strengthen state capacity that would sustain the reforms over several decades. The same theory would hold true if you look at our continent as well. One of the most prosperous periods of Africa's modern development has been the Africa Rising era that spanned the period 2000 to 2014. During that period, nearly half of the 25 fastest growing economies in the world were in sub-Saharan Africa. I believe we sometimes forget that. This was no fluke, but rather it was the result of the continent's long obedience in the same direction as it pertained to continental peace. In that period, many of the internal conflicts and civil wars that had devastated African economies in the 1980s and 1990s had died down, leading to material gains in human development. Yet, as compelling as it might be to hear and learn about these and other examples of how long obediences in the same direction have unlocked success, it is also a sobering reality that such long obediences are not generally commonplace, because such long obediences do not generally sustain themselves. You need some accountability mechanism to enforce sustained action in a particular direction. This is true if you try to sustain a long obedience in the same direction of a healthy diet. You need a doctor who'll keep you on course, you need a buddy and a trainer and somebody who'll keep you focused on the goal at hand. It is also true of a nation that wants to sustain a long obedience in the direction of fiscal prudence in the midst of social and economic development. What makes these long obediences difficult to sustain, certainly at the micro-societal level in the African continent, is that very often the factors that drive electability and thus the ability to gain and maintain political power often run counter to the factors that sustain the long obediences necessary to unlock prosperity. Take, for instance, the example of Nigerian fuel subsidies. They'd been in place since the 1970s, and for decades, successive governments recognized the fact that large petrol subsidies consume significant public resources. The subsidies accounted for up to 30% of the total national spend, and they routinely exceeded the cumulative aggregate national budgets for healthcare, education, agriculture, and defense. In addition to crowding out investment in infrastructure, healthcare, and education, the subsidies also distorted energy markets, aggravated budget deficits, worsened the country's debt profile, and encouraged corruption. Yet governments of that nation repeatedly delayed meaningful reforms because removing those subsidies often provoked widespread protests and political backlash. The result was that through successive administrations, the subsidies remained. In May 2023, the then newly inaugurated President Bola Tinubu announced the removal of the fuel subsidy, and the ramifications came fast and furiously. Petrol prices tripled and have now risen roughly sixfold since that subsidy was removed. Inflation spiked, living conditions worsened. The World Bank now estimates that around 60% of Nigerians live in poverty, an increase since President Tinubu took office. What might have been a good thing on paper very quickly became a very politically costly initiative, and it was difficult to maintain it as a long obedience in the same direction, particularly as recent polls indicate that approval ratings for this president have declined, and 58% of Nigerians would prefer that the subsidies be reinstated, even at the cost of spending on healthcare and education. Closer to home, our own National Treasury recently withheld 13 4.5 billion rand in equitable share allocations and transfers that were due to 69 municipalities across the country. For those who don't live in South Africa, just by way of context, there are 257 municipalities, so 69 out of those had their equitable share withheld from them. Many of them rely on that equitable share to do basics like pay for salaries and pay supplies from the previous year. And some of those municipalities were the big cities as well. There were a few big cities included there as well. And the National Treasury here did this to instill discipline, fiscal discipline, after what they described as persistent and serious non-compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act. The National Treasury highlighted that they'd been concerned for many years about the repeated instances where municipalities adopt unfunded budgets. Simply put, they budget for money that they know is not coming, the budget for expenditure that they know they can't afford, and then of course they end up with trouble with cash shortfalls and with creditors unpaid. The Treasury also highlighted persistent instances of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. They also highlighted the growing failure by municipalities to meet their statutory obligations. Some of them were not paying creditors, they were not paying the power utility, the water utilities, they were not paying over pension fund contributions from workers or to the medical aid schemes to which their workers belonged. Essentially, the municipalities were broke, and largely due to many years of unchecked fiscal ill discipline. Persistent ill discipline. So a couple of weeks later, after this decision, the National Treasury reversed the decision. They unfreezed the transfers. And not because the municipalities had now satisfied all the requirements of the Municipal Finance Management Act, but rather because the Treasury and others in government were clear that they did not want to cause service delivery failures to get worse, to constrain service delivery, because much of that money is relied upon to deliver services. So some of those municipalities rely on that cash to deliver services. So here was another case where a long obedience in a particular direction of saying, let's drive fiscal discipline, that is interrupted because there is an urgent and current need to deliver services. And of course, if you don't deliver services, you run the risk of losing the political power that you enjoy. What these examples I've shared from Nigeria or from South Africa, what they reveal is a paradox that what sustains long obediences in the same direction is often in contrast to that which sustains political power. Where political power is tightly contested, a hallmark feature of a thriving democracy, because you want tight contestation of political power, the incentive is often towards political expediency rather than towards sustaining these long obediences in the same direction. It may be true that where countries don't have tightly contested democratic orders, they have the space to drive longer range obediences in the same path. But that's another debate about the quality of democracy that we all prefer in the different jurisdictions. But I guess the point is made. There's always going to be this paradox. And the irony is that electoral cycles are meant to be a key accountability mechanism in functioning democracies. These elections that we have on a periodic basis are supposed to provide citizens with the power to give or to withhold their votes on the basis that who it is that they believe has served them best gets to come back. The one that promises to serve them best in the future gets to come back. Yet often, the key behavioral drivers of prosperity require the sacrifice of short-term comfort and short-term convenience in order to realize long-term sustainability and prosperity. Political administrations that impose these sacrifices on their electorate seldom get to survive long enough to see their long-term investments reach maturity in democracies. Consequently, our most fundamental mechanism in a democracy, unfortunately, then actually incentivizes the very behaviors of political expediency that undermine our long-term prosperity. Simply put, it means that by design, the accountability mechanism that should be helping us drive towards the long track of obedience tends to disturb that and interrupt it. So how do we solve this complex problem, this very complex paradox? How do we sustain long obediences in the same direction when you've got to deal with how you sustain political power and to some extent, some stability at a political level? How do you sustain an accountability mechanism to maintain long obediences in the same direction when we tend to punish those who commit themselves to long obediences at the expense of the immediate term popularity with us, whether it's about cash in the bank of the municipality today or about a fuel subsidy? I believe, just as many experts, academics, and development practitioners have indicated ad nauseum, that the answer to these difficult questions lies in both the existence of and the transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness of the social, political, and economic institutions that make up our society. It's got to be those institutions being effective, being transparent, being accountable, and being inclusive so that they enjoy legitimacy. It's got to be those institutions that will help us resolve this tension. Institutions are the written rules, norms, unwritten rules, norms, we know that. But it's really the constraints that help us to check the administration of power. They help us to reduce uncertainty. They help us to have some control in how people interact with the power we put in their hands. They're the rules of the game in society. Some of these would include even the tangible bodies, the judiciary, the law enforcement agencies, the legislative and bodies charged with oversight, religious institutions and civil society, traditional leadership structures, and including professional bodies and academic institutions. We don't leave them out. These are the institutions that are there by design to help us deal with this paradox and this tension. Collectively, all of these people and institutions, they shape societal interactions. They structure incentives in human exchange, be it political, social, or in the economic spheres. Collectively, they help us shape and direct the very behaviors that are necessary to advance us towards prosperity. Collectively, they define the framework of accountability, and collectively, they enforce accountability against a particular framework. Where political administrations come and go, these institutions remain, and they continue to underpin society's progress towards prosperity. At least they ought to. And yet, on our continent, in far too many instances, they don't. So I'm hoping that through this picture, I've demonstrated that the fortunes of our nations tend to swing wildly from one political administration to the other. And these swings point to the fact that within the system of our social, political, and economic institutions, party politics play and they carry disproportionate power, such that what ultimately happens is that political parties define what happens in our communities, countries, and continent in a way that's going to continue to distract us from the long path. These swings, where the rules of the game change with political parties, don't serve us. These swings, where the effectiveness of the institutions that should check power, where their effectiveness is compromised over time, those swings don't help us. We've got to find ways to preserve the rule of law, to bring stability and effectiveness into the institutions that are by design there to help us manage this tension. The weaker those institutions are, the worse we are going to be. If I look at the domain of our local government, and I look at institutions within South Africa, I think it gives a very classic and sad example of this phenomenon when I'm talking about, around what happens with political parties and how significant their unchecked power how significant an impact they can have on the operations and effectiveness of that municipality. Here's an example. So South African municipalities, we have a vote every 5 years. Then the municipality has an integrated development plan, which is their long-term strategic development plan for 5 years, right? And every year they assess that plan and they adjust it. It's meant to be course corrections just to make sure that their budgets still hold, etc. But the long-range 5-year plan remains. The adjustments are really meant to be at the margins. And then what happens is, every year that plan gets distilled into an implementation plan to match up with the budget. All good and well for as long as the adjustments are on the margins. When you get to a point where even the mid-year assessment of the budget results in a significant shift from the annual plan, and such a significant shift from the 5-year plan such that you can hardly recognize it, then you know that you have lost your way in the path of this long obedience. And that's what we're seeing with municipalities far and wide across South Africa, especially where the political leadership has changed and continues to change because of political instability. What you're finding is that those plans keep being changed, and it's just an indication that the municipality is never really going to meet the 5-year plans that they'd set because of all these shifts and changes that keep going. And now one's got to ask, where are the institutions that should be holding that plan together and balancing these interests? And I believe that we are still on a path to figuring that out. The office I lead is working hard to figure that out. I know that the Minister of Cocta and his team are working on it, Parliament is working on it, Treasury is working on it. But it is one of those instances where those with political power are able to make decisions that swing those institutions in every which way, and they start to stray far from where they were meant to be. So what then transpires is that, especially with coalition governments, where you could have in a big city a mayor changing every couple of months or a municipal manager changing every few months, that level of instability weakens the institution quite significantly and keeps you far away from the path of progress and prosperity. If you look at municipalities that are big here, like Johannesburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, we've seen that they'll have CFOs, maybe 3 or 4 CFOs in a span of 3 years, or 4 or 5 MMs or municipal managers in a span of 5 years. And of course, that level of instability weakens those institutions, as I've said. The important thing is not to lament it, but rather to see it as being archetypical of a vibrant and working democracy, right? But we've got to accept that this scenario doesn't serve us in pursuit of progress and prosperity for our communities and our countries. The challenge is not really about the change of leadership, but rather about how this often results in radical changes in strategies, budgets, and plans. Just as you build up the momentum of obedience on one path, you get disrupted and misdirected. And of course, the institution gets paralyzed, organizational effectiveness falls, and culture becomes increasingly toxic in that environment as power shifts all the time and different factions and groupings rise and fall out of favor. So what we're seeing is that we're going to have to find a way to build a society in which we generate and sustain those cumulative, compounding, reinforcing patterns of progressive actions that advance societies towards prosperity. And if we're going to do that, we must remedy this behavioral deficiency. Yes, in the context of democratic processes that drive accountability, we're going to have to think about what are these institutions that should be supporting the work of maintaining discipline and order as we move towards the long road. I have 3 suggestions I'd like to offer on how we do that. The first one, build and strengthen our institutions. Long obedience is only possible if it transcends individual leaders, political administrations, and generations. And here you've got to build the institutions of government, but also build even civil society institutions and other institutions that check power, such as the institution I'm privileged to lead. Got to make sure that those institutions are strong. Two, we got to make sure that we are clear about how those institutions should function. They must be given independence and space to do their work, but also they must be held accountable in terms of how they run their affairs. And daily, you and I are watching what's happening at the Madlanga Commission, especially those in country. And what we're seeing is that we have a long way to go before we can be comfortable that the majority of the institutions designed to support and buffer us on this long road, in far too many instances, don't enjoy the levels of accountability and transparency that they should. We're also going to have to think about how effectively they operate. Make sure that they have, yes, independence, yes, the space to do so, but be effective on operating in their mandate and be held accountable for it. The next thing I want to suggest is that we have to agree on what it is that we owe our obedience to. And that's going to be a tough one, right? But we have to do it because far too often on our continent, we do allow our political affiliations, our tribal identities, our nationalistic instincts to trump up against our collective good. I need not remind you what's been happening within South Africa's borders over the last while. We thus show stronger allegiance to our personal loyalties than our collective benefit as the people of the continent. And the result is that the definition of prosperity is constantly contested. Prosperity is always defined at a micro level rather than a macro and continental level. We've allowed ourselves to keep believing that in our own frameworks, when I get more, you get less, instead of thinking about how we build collective prosperity. So we're going to have to find ways to get out of the fragmentation and the divisions and the contradictions that stand in our way. Otherwise, we will not be able to experience the prosperity and the progress that we dream of. And maybe the last one is we've got to find a way to enforce consistency. Crucial, yes, for institutions to exist, crucial for them to function, but importantly, they must function effectively and consistently. In South Africa, we're privileged that the necessary socio-political, economic institutions we need do exist, and they enjoy protection in the Constitution. What we find is that they have the freedom to exist and operate independently based on what the Constitution says. And unfortunately, as I said before, when you watch some of the problems we've been experiencing at a governance level, it tells you that those constitutional principles are not yet firmly implemented. At the AGSA, we report regularly on the pitfalls we see at different institutions. So I believe that the work that confronts us is, yes, worry about what's in the legislation in the respective countries, but importantly, be seized with answering the question of how do you drive effective and consistent performance by those institutions, which themselves must continue to enjoy the legitimacy that comes with being accountable and transparent. So I want to conclude by saying that whilst I began by highlighting something that I'm sure you all know, that Africa's challenge is not a lack of resources, talents, or ideas, and I know that the Premier said that as well. What we lack is the behavioral disciplines that are necessary to translate the potential that is embedded in those resources into actual prosperity for the people of our continent. The key behavioral discipline that we're lacking is that of sustaining long obedience in the same direction. Cumulative, compounding, reinforcing actions that drive us towards progress and advance our society towards prosperity. If we're going to remedy this, we've got to make sure that we strengthen our institution and make sure that they work on building strength within those institutions, but together they drive the collective agenda of keeping all of us on the path towards prosperity the long path that demands our obedience, even in the midst of political machinations. I also talked about the need for us to be accountable for the choices we make. And maybe when we talk about accountability, we often talk about what leaders owe us as citizens, right? I also want to introduce that accountability is also about how we as citizens, what we owe to our continent. Accountability is not just that others sustain a long obedience in the same direction on our behalf, but rather we've got to be accountable for also contributing to sustaining this long obedience in the same direction ourselves. Because we have a particular duty that we owe to future generations of Africans. We dare not bequeath them a continent that is just naturally endowed, that has got a spoken of demographic dividend, and yet keeps falling far behind on progress and prosperity. And all because we've not chosen to change the behavioral patterns. So I want to end by saying that the development aspirations of the African Union, as are outlined in the blueprint of Agenda 2063, these will not be achieved if good governance, accountability at leadership and at citizen level are not central to how we aim to pursue our goals. We must confront this key haunting question, and I hope to haunt you with it as you deliberate over the next few days. Are we, as today's generation of Africans, are we comfortable for yet another generation to stand on podiums one day and to add our names to the generations that inherited challenges, only to also bequeath them in the same form to the next generation? And that's the thought I invite you to ponder on as you engage with the debates over the next few days. I love seeing the topics that you've taken up in terms of the papers that will be engaged upon. And I think this question is one I would like to invite you to keep in your hearts. Are we comfortable to continue to have the same patterns that compound and persist, and to be spoken about as that generation that bequeath those same challenges onto the next one? Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring words and of informing us of the importance of obedience and being deliberate in our actions and our goals and the values that we set, and that together we have to work towards a common goal. So on behalf of the institution, we have a token of an APSA, thank you, token of our appreciation for you taking the time to be with us.
Colleagues, as you know, we are over half an hour behind time. I think it's more like 45 minutes. So I appeal to the sessions that are to ensue that we cut short time by 5 minutes and to keep our comments and discussions as short as possible. If there's speakers missing in a session, then you can take advantage of that time. And hopefully by lunchtime, we will catch up. I must say we had some very interesting speakers. and talks very visionary, and we've got a good start to the conference, and I hope this same spirit of engagement ensues. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
In the death certificate. For Mescaline, you would have to wait until we do a breakaway room, then you go to join a breakout room. Then you go to room 4, and then you say join.
Thank you.
Okay, the breakout rooms are open now. People can start joining their respective breakout rooms. I think I'll join in the room. We
Implement. This is from one.
Hi there. I just want to check if anybody's online. I'm supposed to present at 1:40, so yeah, I'm not sure if there's someone there.
I am Mrs. Mabika from the University of Zululand, Faculty of Commerce, Admin and Law, Business Management. However, I am based in Richards Bay campus, and tonight I will be your program director. I'm very thrilled because for me, entrepreneurship is very personal. I love it so much because I am an aspiring entrepreneur. UniZulu is always encouraging us to think beyond just the books, right? Because what's the plan B, right? Of course, we are hoping that we never have to with the qualifications that we are. But it is a requirement now at the University of Zululand that we embed entrepreneurship into the curriculum. So you can imagine that we are not just teaching philosophy, we are also telling our students to become entrepreneurs, to think entrepreneurship. And beyond that, I am also an economic activation officer and an entrepreneurship coordinator. So it means I am mentoring them to be entrepreneurs as well. Such a great opportunity. And we have one of the best student entrepreneurs with us tonight who are looking forward to see what the program has in store for all of us. Without wasting any time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to, before I get to that, I know it's late, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's late, but I just want to say that, or I want to make you understand why or how important is entrepreneurship for our students. Our students come from societies where it's either education, and if it's not education, there's hardly any resources to start entrepreneurship. As much as we are mentoring them, we are advising them, we are teaching them about entrepreneurship, but they need to know what opportunities are out there. They need to know what's available out there beyond from what we tell them. So please, 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 everyone, and I know we have the best speakers. We've had the best day so far because this conference is all about collaboration, innovation, and we always have the best minds in this MBALI conference, just as we do even on this one that's taking place currently. So everyone, I encourage you to give it your best. Change someone's life, encourage someone. Make sure one student leaves with more hope in entrepreneurship tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not welcoming you. The person who's going to be doing that is our mother, Prof. Mashia, who is our Vice Chancellor for Teaching and, Deputy, oh, sorry, I'm always vice. Deputy Vice Chancellor, I apologize. Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning at the University of Zululand. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director. What a promotion. Vice Chancellor in absentia, Professor Gunene, University Management, Council members of the University of Zululand, distinguished guests, colleagues, UniZulu partners and donors, honored entrepreneurs, students, good evening. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this special entrepreneurship evening held as part of MBALI conference. Tonight is more than a gala dinner. It is a celebration of ideas, innovation, resilience, and the entrepreneurial spirit that has the power to transform lives, communities, and our continent. On behalf of the university leadership, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you. Your presence here demonstrates a shared commitment to building an ecosystem where knowledge extends beyond the lecture hall and becomes a catalyst for economic growth and sustainable development. The world in which our graduates live and work is changing at an unprecedented pace. Artificial intelligence, digital technologies, climate change, demographic shifts, and global economic uncertainty are reshaping industries and redefining careers. In such an environment, universities cannot simply prepare students to seek employment. We must prepare them to create opportunities, not only for themselves, but also for others. Entrepreneurship is therefore no longer an optional extra in higher education. It is an essential graduate capability. It is about cultivating, creating creativity, critical thinking, and the courage to solve real-world problems. At the University of Zululand, our vision of teaching and learning is grounded in developing graduates who are not only academically competent, but also socially responsible, innovative, and capable of contributing meaningfully to the development of Africa. As a university that prouds itself as a node for African thought, we recognize that entrepreneurship must be rooted in realities, strengths, and aspirations of our continent. Africa is rich in knowledge systems, creativity, youthful energy, and untapped potential. Our challenge is not a shortage of ideas. It is creating environments where these ideas can flourish, where innovation is nurtured, and where partnerships enable promising concepts to become sustainable enterprises that improve people's lives. This is precisely why gatherings such as the MBALI conference are so important. They bring together academia, industry, government, entrepreneurs, innovators, and students to exchange ideas, challenge conventional thinking, and build collaborations that extend far beyond this conference. The conversations we have today should inspire tomorrow's innovations. The network we establish tonight should become tomorrow's partnerships. The ideas shared here should evolve into businesses, social enterprises, research collaborations, and community initiatives that contribute to inclusive development. As the Division of Teaching and Learning, we are committed to embedding entrepreneurship across the curriculum. Entrepreneurship should not be confined to business schools alone. It should be integrated into every discipline represented at our university. Every graduate should leave our institution with the confidence to identify opportunities, solve problems creatively, and contribute to society through innovation. This evening allows us to celebrate entrepreneurs who have demonstrated courage in pursuing their vision. Every successful entrepreneur has encountered setbacks, uncertainty, and failure along the way. Their stories remind us that resilience often matters as much as brilliance. Innovation requires persistence, adaptability, and the willingness to learn continuously. To our students present this evening, I encourage you to dream boldly. Do not underestimate the value of your ideas. Some of tomorrow's most impactful enterprises may well begin as conversations around tables such as these today. Remain curious, embrace collaboration, and never stop learning. Your education is not simply about earning a qualification. It is about developing a capacity to create value for society. And to our industry partners and supporters, thank you for investing your expertise, resources, and time in nurturing the next generation of innovators. Universities cannot achieve this mission alone. Strong partnerships between higher education, businesses, government, and civil society are essential if we are to develop graduates equipped to address Africa's most pressing challenges. As we enjoy this evening together, let us celebrate excellence, strengthen our partnerships, and reaffirm our shared commitment to fostering an entrepreneurial culture that empowers individuals and transforms communities. May tonight inspire new ideas, meaningful collaborations, and lasting friendships. Above all, may it remind us that entrepreneurship is ultimately about people, their aspirations, their creativity, and their determination to build a better future. I wish you a memorable and enjoyable evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mama, for setting the tone for what's promising to be an inspiring evening. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our second speaker after Umama. But can I just quickly check if Dr. Andile Biela has joined us? Not yet. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure everyone can see around you that there's ABSA everywhere we go, and that is because they have been the greatest partners in terms of supporting this great event for years and years. ABSA is for empowering the Black child. Okay, so our next speaker is Mr. Norman Ventakia. He is the executive for the SME KwaZulu-Natal and Mpumalanga, ABSA. So Mr. Ventakia currently serves as the regional executive. As I've mentioned, his highest qualifications include a master's degree in business administration, a BTech in theology, and he's completed an accelerated development program on future readiness through the International Institute for Management Development in Lausanne, Switzerland. He has 24 years of experience in banking, and his experience spans across retail banking, business banking, private wealth, and the public sector, and has held several leadership roles within the financial services industry. He is currently the chairperson for the Durban Northern Area under the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is an enthusiastic leader who puts people and customers first, and through social and business initiatives, he has contributed to strengthening the role that the bank plays in shaping society. His forte is leadership, sales management, and empowering those that he leads. Basically, he is a giant. Help me welcome Mr. Ventakia. Thank you.
Program Director, Vice Chancellor Prof. Kunene, University Executive Council, Deputy Vice Chancellors present, academic leaders, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good evening. It is a privilege to join you this evening on behalf of ABSA as we celebrate the success and the high impact of the MBALI International Conference. Over the past years, this conference has developed into a distinguished platform for academic engagement and international collaboration. Its growth reflects a shared commitment to advancing the higher education, strengthening institutional partnerships, and fostering meaningful dialogue between African universities and leading institutions from across the world. In an increasingly interconnected and multipolar world, platforms such as the MBALI conference plays a critical role in positioning African higher education as a driver of global scholarship, innovation, and development. The theme of this conference, Africa Awakens, Possibilities, Progress, Partnerships in a Multipolar World, captures an important reality. Africa's future will be shaped not only by its abundant potential, but by its ability to build partnerships that unlock opportunities, accelerate innovation, and develop the next generation of leaders. At ABSA, we view higher education as a critical driver of societal and economic transformation. Universities play a fundamental role in shaping future leaders, advancing research, and generating solutions to contemporary challenges. Their contribution to fostering innovation, building human capital, and strengthening institutional resilience is indispensable to Africa's progress. This understanding has informed ABSA's support of the MBALI conference since inception. Our long-standing partnership with MBALI reflects our belief that sustainable progress is achieved when institutions come together around a common purpose. The most impactful outcomes emerge when academia, business, government, and society collaborate to create solutions that extend beyond organizational boundaries. Partnerships are increasingly becoming the defining advantage in the world characterized by rapid change and growing complexity. They enable the sharing of expertise, the mobilization of resources, and the creation of opportunities that no single institution could achieve independently. The success of MBALI over the past 10 years stands as a compelling example before each and every one of us. Equally important is the role that entrepreneurship and the enterprise development play in Africa's growth story. Whilst universities develop knowledge and talent, entrepreneurs transform ideas into economic opportunities, create jobs, and stimulate innovation. As one of Africa's leading financial institutions, I'm happy to share ABSA remains committed to supporting small and medium enterprises, particularly youth-owned businesses. Across the continent, young entrepreneurs are building innovative enterprises that addresses social challenges, expand economic participation, and contribute to sustainable growth. Through targeted enterprise development initiatives, access to finance, mentorship programs, and business support solutions, ABSA continues to invest in the success of emerging entrepreneurs and future business leaders. This commitment has been recognized globally. ABSA has been named Africa's Best SMEs at the Euro Money Awards for Excellence in 3 consecutive years, including women and youth-owned businesses. There is a natural connection between the objectives of MBALI and ABSA. Both seek to empower future generations. Both recognize that talent and innovation are among Africa's most valuable resources, and both are committed to creating opportunities that enable people to lead, innovate, and compete on a global stage. As we celebrate this important milestone, let us recognize that the future of Africa will be shaped by the strength of our institutions, the quality of our partnerships, and our collective investment in education, innovation, and entrepreneurship. As I conclude, as ABSA, we are very proud to be part of the MBALI International Conference and remain committed to supporting initiatives that advance higher education, strengthen partnerships, and empower leaders and entrepreneurs who will shape Africa's future. I thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So in our university, we pride ourselves in honoring and thanking our guests for spending their time with us. And allow me to welcome our mother, Professor Vezi Makikaba, to come and do the honors of showing our Africanness and thanking our speaker. Mr. Ventakia, please come to the front. Ladies and gentlemen, so we've now reached the session for networking and what we call a cocktail session. I want every future billionaire in this room to remember one day that there was a lady who programmed or who directed a program, and that lady allowed them to sit down for 20 minutes and then gave them a break. Where have you ever seen such? Nowhere. So if ever I need investment somewhere, those future investors, billionaires here, they should remember my name. So someone once said, your network is your net worth, right? So tonight, don't spend all your time with the people you arrived with. This is your chance to go and meet someone new right now. So who knows, you might be meeting with the business owner, someone who's got something to contribute to your innovation or your innovativeness. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm giving you guys 10 minutes, 15 minutes to go, just grab a cocktail and then quickly come back. Grab the cocktail, come back, because we also have a special item, a musical item from the University of Zululand. Okay? And then after that, it's back to business. 1 second, grab a drink and come back, and then we can have our musical item just to ease your mind, ladies and gentlemen. I am counting the time. As nice as I am. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not just alcoholic cocktails. We also have mocktails. When you walk out, it's on your far right, there at the end.
That's it, Missouri. That's the question. Yeah, that's our core and that's our source. But even though we work for the bank, but the bigger calling and the bigger work you is open. Well, yes. It's encouraging to see. And I didn't stop with science. Well, that's right. I think but also, next investor. Well, and we have made in the UK, we have ways in the UK. They have a particle. We just now have a kind of particle. Discuss out government regulation. You can't take what's up.
One, two, one, two,
Two, one, two, one, two.
two, one, two, testing, one, two.
Mic check, 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 1 2 1 1. Wall. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
1 2. Mic testing, 1 2.
But my own, okay. 1 2 1 2. Wemarabini kwenzenjani Marabini saibama Wemarabini we went sensation. Barabi, ni saiba. Marabi, we went sensation. Barabi, ni saiba.
Ladies and gents, the music item that I promised you, remember? Now is the time. That was just sound check, right?
Lamino, 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 io ho ho. Lamino, 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 io ho ho. Lamino, 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 io ho ho.
Dikumbuni langka, dizeningela kue. Dikumbuni langka, dizeningela kue. Dikumbuni langka.
Mama, mama, we mama, we mama, we mama, we mama. When mama, 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 when mama. Lamino, 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 io ho ho.
Uta hutta watati vari, ariyango miroles. Uta hutta watati vari, ariyango miroles, miroles, miroles,
Miroles, miroles,
Thank you.
Woohoo! Can we give them one more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Such an amazing performance. Thank you so much. Why am I hearing myself? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you've recharged and networked and met a new person. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our next speaker. Obviously, we're only dealing with giants. Clock it. So our next speaker is Dr. Thandeka Ellenson, who is a CEO from Moses Kotane Research Institute. Please lend me an ear so that I can tell you what I'm talking about when I say she's a giant. Dr. Thandeka Ellenson is an award-winning business leader, researcher, author, and thought leader. She is the recipient of the Standard Bank Public Sector Leader Award, among numerous other professional awards and accolades that recognize her contribution to leadership, innovation, research, and socio-economic development. She currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the Moses Kotane Research Institute, a leading research and development agency in KwaZulu-Natal that specializes in action-oriented research, business research, policy analysis, innovation, and capacity development. Under her leadership, the Institute has strengthened its position as a catalyst for evidence-based decision-making, economic development, and knowledge generation. Academically, Dr. Ellenson has made significant contributions in the fields of artificial intelligence, innovation, entrepreneurship, leadership, and economic development. She has published scholarly work that explores the role of emerging technologies and innovation in driving organizational performance, economic growth, and societal transformation. Stay with me. She is also the author of 2 books, Authentic Leadership Mindset and Money Mindset, Decoding the Myth of Hard Work, which explores leadership excellence, personal growth, financial empowerment, and the mindset shift required for success in an evolving world. Dr. Ellenson holds a Doctor of Business Administration, DBA, not MBA, DBA. From Columbia Southern University in USA, an MBA in Finance from Anglia Ruskin University in the United Kingdom, and a Bachelor of Commerce Honours degree from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. As a respected speaker and thought leader, Dr. Ellenson regularly addresses audiences on digital transformation, artificial intelligence, innovation, entrepreneurship, leadership, governance, economic development, and so on and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, she embodies everything that we are gathered here for. Allow me to welcome Dr. Ellenson.
Thank you so much, Program Director. It's an honor to be here this evening, and I would like to observe all the protocol. I can see all the professors. I won't name them one by one, but I can see academics, I can see business, I can see students, I can see everyone. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here this evening. We understand that we are dealing with entrepreneurship, and since I'm an author of leadership mindsets as well as the money mindset, and I'm currently busy with the entrepreneurship mindsets as my 3rd book. But I'll just highlight some of the lessons that I've learned because I am an entrepreneur myself. You know, there are always side hustles. And, you know, if everyone and anyone can adopt an entrepreneurial mindset, I'm sure we can address the issues of poverty, we can address the issues of lack of jobs, we can address all the societal ills that we are faced with if we can just have that entrepreneurial mindset. And you are also bound to succeed even when you work for corporates. If you have an entrepreneurial mindset, there are more chances of you succeeding and climbing the ladder as opposed to someone who does not have an entrepreneurial mindset, because you tend to see the problems and you tend to come up with the solutions and innovations that others may not necessarily come up with. So in general, if we were to ask ourselves, what is really the purpose of entrepreneurship? And the answer is simple and easy, that we want to make money. And I'm sure some of you will agree. There are all sorts of academic responses and answers and replies to this question, why do you want to be an entrepreneur? But the reality is that you really want to make money. It's the truth. So I decided to not go the academic route then this evening, to just address, the reality out there, because as we want to make money, we want to change, things in our lives, How do we make money? We make money by solving other people's problems, and we make money by creating value. By creating value, we mean that we assist people understand why our products and services, will bring, that different feeling if they were to take up our products or services. So the general principle, if you're an entrepreneur, is that we don't sell products, we don't sell services, but we sell, what our products or services can do, when we give, to the people. So that's the most important part. And the question is, why do we even want to do that? Why do we want to make money? We want to make money because we want to create that financial security, and we want to improve our lives. Why do we want to improve our lives? Why do we want to, create that financial security? When we reach that stage, it brings us a sense of comfort, it brings us a sense of dignity, it brings us a sense of purpose, it brings us the sense of, importance in the society. And that is the reason why we would delve into trying to make money and improving the quality of our life, because of exactly that. And one of the reasons, we would pursue money is because we want to achieve that. And why do we want to do that? We want to do that because, life matters, different life. We want to live a life, that matters. We want to be important, our life. We want to live the world, better than what it was before, we came in. And the reality is that, like it or not, whether you are a negative person or a positive person, you will leave this world better than what it was before, because your negativity may be taken and captured by someone and can be converted into something positive. And that way, the world is better. Others usually say that we are here to learn life lessons. And when we learn lessons, we are either improving our lives, expanding our consciousness, or making other people better. But the reality is that we are all here for a purpose, and we will live our purpose. Because apparently, if you don't live your purpose, there are consequences. There are all sorts of stories about, if you don't live your purpose, what happens to you. If you're others that are religious may say you may go to hell. Others may say you will reincarnate. Others will, all sorts of things. Others will say when you get to heaven, Jannah, you may not be rewarded as you were expected to. So there are all sorts of reasons, but the reality is that we are all here for a purpose, and we need to, change people's lives, and we also need to change our own lives and improve our lives. Isn't it better to live this world having lived your life to the fullest and having enjoyed your life? We want to feel valued, our abilities that we have. We want to explore, grow them and ensure that we use them towards a better purpose. We want to use the resources of life. We want to explore opportunities. There are all sorts of reasons, but that's the whole thing. So in terms of entrepreneurship, we see that it contributes a lot to the economy of, I would say, South Africa, even though I'm aware that there are colleagues and professors and visitors from other countries, but I'll just limit my talk to South Africa because I don't want to, overstep and say things that may offend other people about their countries. Let me rather offend, my people. Given what's happening, So entrepreneurship contributes a lot, towards the economy of South Africa. Why do I say it contributes a lot? Because, what better way that you sitting, there can contribute to the economy other than contributing towards creating someone's job. You hire a person, you decrease the rates of unemployment, you improve someone's life. That is a lot, qualitatively and quantitatively. That is quite important. So it's very important to understand that entrepreneurship drives, innovation. It drives, that sense of building wealth. It reduces poverty and it empowers people. And entrepreneurship just makes people participate in the economy and be active participants, in this. The SMMEs apparently contribute, and I'm saying apparently for a reason. Because there are all sorts of statistics, including, StatsSA and other private statisticians, that collects data and so on. But SMMEs apparently contributes 34% towards the GDP of the country. And that is significant because that's more than a quarter. So which means that entrepreneurship is very important. And apparently it provides 60% of employment opportunities to the country. So every entrepreneur is not only building a business, but they are building an economy. And that is very important. If we look at the world or the globe, there are some countries, that are actively involved in entrepreneurship. I would say literally all countries, every country participates in this economy one way or the other. But the ones that are, apparently contributing higher than others in terms of entrepreneurial activities include, for an example, Nigeria, India, Brazil, South Africa, United States, Colombia, and Chile. But there are other countries that also contribute to this, and that will include the likes of China and so on. And these countries, with most entrepreneurs, are not always the richest country. But you'll notice that the people that participate in informal economy and entrepreneurship and innovation manage to survive. They live, their dignity is sort of fixed into a better, quality of life, rather as opposed to someone who just decides to sit at home and not do anything. Entrepreneurs are builders of the economy, So everywhere you go in the world, whether you are in Silicon Valley or whether you are in Mumbai, whether you are in Johannesburg, but the reality is that if you are an entrepreneur, you are building an economy and you are creating solutions, you are generating wealth, and you are transforming societies out there. Now, coming back to accounting, when those who did accounting will remember that the principle that there are three ways of generating revenue. And if you haven't done accounting in one of your classes, you must just listen to this. There are three ways you can generate revenue. One is by selling your product or a service. One is by selling a product or a service or earning an income from your asset. For an example, if you have something that you can hire out to people and people pay you for that. The normal one in South Africa is people renting houses, or cars or something like that. But those are the three ways, that you can generate your revenue. So as you are sitting there, you must think of whether whatever you are doing falls into this category. Or if you're not an entrepreneur as yet, what is it that you can do that can generate revenue for you? It could be your skill. You could be good at anything. Anything. You could be dancing. You could be singing. You could be a content creator, or you can have a lot of crockery and cutlery, and you can rent it out and generate revenue. That's entrepreneurship, meaning that money is around you, meaning that money is where you go, meaning that you're sitting on money, you're breathing money, you're walking money. Money is everywhere, literally. So a successful entrepreneur is able to identify this. You're able to identify in your surrounding, where money is. You are able to do that, and that will help you a lot. When we look at informal economy, for an example, in South Africa, it contributes a lot then towards entrepreneurship. And informal economy is in billions and billions of rands, and it's one sector that people are sort of undermining, or maybe not undermining, but they're not really focusing on what's happening in the informal economy. If you think about, for an example, let me make an example. If you are, let me make a live example. A car guard, a car guard gets between 2 rand and 10 rand, just to guard your car. You're going into the shop, you're coming out, you give 2 rand, 5 rand, 10 rand, whatever. Others are generous and they give 20 or 100 even, So let's say you do that and you have quite a number of cars and you generate 500 rand a day, because I'm talking about the research that we have done. 500 rand a day, yes, and you work 7 days a week, that means you generate 3,500 rand. And when you work 4 weeks, in a month, it means that you generate 14,000 rand. And when you work about 12 months, it means that you generate maybe just over 160,000 a year. Now think about someone who's sitting at home and not entrepreneurial, waiting for a government grant, for an example, that can give them somewhere between 350 to 550 rand a month, as opposed to 14,000 rand a month. Can you see the difference? So can you see that it's easy to make money? You just need to know the formula for money, and you need to decide whether you want to make money. Your money making is driven by value or is driven by volumes. So there is a lot that is happening in terms of that space. And you need to think about how you can generate money. You can start small. And I'm talking about not to the winners, I'm talking to all of us, including myself, and in the academic space, doctors and academics, we have a bad reputation of not making money. We have a bad why would you be a professor and retire poor? It's because we need to change our mindsets and be entrepreneurial. That's why. So an entrepreneurial mindset then will mean that we have a mind, that learns. We never stop learning. As I'm saying this evening, that let us not be professors and die poor. We need to change our mindset. Money is everywhere we go. You can rent out your watch and make money. It's as simple as that. Money is everywhere you go, but you need to learn, teach yourself to learn to make money. You never stop learning, to make money. So that's number one. It's a growth mindset. It's a learning mindset. And number two, we need to teach ourselves to see opportunities. We're not trying to see opportunities where there are no opportunities. The opportunities that are in front of us, we just need to acknowledge them. Because it's everywhere we go, they're right in front of us. Where others see problems, you must just think, what is an opportunity? How can I make money here? I'm not saying we should be evil, because apparently money is the roots of evil, but religiously. But also money can make you live comfortably. You just need to have your measure. You just need to have your line. You just need to understand where to draw the line. You just need to know your enough point to say, once I reach this stage, I have made enough and I can live comfortably. But see problems, see opportunities where there are problems. That is the mind of a hustler. Number three, you need to create value. Creating value generates more income than anything else. When you are selling a car, I'm making an example. When you are selling a car, do not just sell a car to a customer, because anybody can sell a car. But once you start selling value, you will see the difference, because you're not going to tell the customer, that this car has got the top tech, that you can think of and so on. But when you sell value, the feeling that the car can bring, for an example, this car will make you so comfortable. It will save your time. It will. That is value that you are selling. So if you're an entrepreneur, don't sell the product, don't sell the service, sell, the feeling. Entrepreneurs, say amen. And if you're an entrepreneur, how do you know that you are making progress? How do you measure, your progress? Of course, the easiest one is profits. When you're making money and your money, your income is more than your expenses, of course, you are likely to say, I am making profit now. That's one measure of making money. But the other important one is trust. If you're an entrepreneur and your customers don't trust you, don't trust your products, don't trust feel that you are unreliable, you are not responsive to your customers, you don't answer your queries, you don't attend to complaints about either your service or a product, you are likely to damage the relationship. You are likely to land yourself in a position where your customers or your clients do not trust you. So be trustworthy, in terms of this space, so that you are likely to have loyal customers and have repeat customers. And also, those customers are likely to bring new customers for you. How do you measure, that you are making progress? Freedom and stability. Once you start to feel free in your business, then you know that you are progressing. Once you start to feel that you are stable, your income is starting to be stable, then you know that you are making progress. Once your business, starts to grow beyond you, you start, employing other people, the assistants and so on, then you know that now you are starting to grow. Once your business starts to make impact, there's someone who is sleeping with food on the table because of the existence of your business, then you know that you're making impact. Once you start achieving personal goals, for an example, you wanted to make X amount of money, in this business. And then once you know that you are getting closer to that, or you are at that, or you are surpassing the target, and you feel the sense of achievement, then you know that you are making progress. There are three things that you should teach yourself as an entrepreneur. And I'm repeating the loop so that I can drill this into your heads. Number one, sales. If you're an entrepreneur and you can't sell, close shop. You can learn, to sell. You can teach yourself to sell, no sale, no business. You need to also, keep offering better. That's the second one, innovate on your products. If you're selling fat cooks and the auntie next door has got mince in her fat cooks, just think about what it is that you can put in your fat cooks that will be different from hers, because it's competition. And people will decide that we'll buy fat cooks with mince or fat cooks with baked beans. Something different, something that's never been seen, and people will try it out, and people will tend to come to you because you're selling something different. But the whole point is that you innovate, you keep on bringing new stuff to the market so that you can keep your business going. Financial management, financial literacy is one other thing that you need to teach yourself. Finances are a life of the business. You need to manage your money wisely. Don't eat from hand to mouth, because you're not going to see your profits. You need to think, change your mindset when you are dealing with money and business. Customer is king, This is one principle that we grew up knowing, and people have been telling us about customer is king. There are new, theories now about this and that. But when you really, really go back to the truth, and when you're honest about everything, you will realize that the customer is king, because it's making or breaking you. So you need to drive your customers towards making you. You need to create that demand so that your customers can make you. You need to make your customers think that they are driving you when you are driving them to make money. As I draw to a close, I would like to say that in order for us to be successful entrepreneurs, there are certain principles that we need to teach ourselves, as I've stated, but there are also certain skills that we need to teach ourselves. I mentioned sales is number one, financial literacy is number two, building relationships with your customers, your suppliers, your neighbors, whoever else. Your employees, if you already have employees, that is very important. Innovate on your products. Think about the fat cooks with baked beans, something that's, I'm sure it tastes horrible, but it's innovation. Be committed. Be committed, because in the space of entrepreneurship, there are ups and downs. And when you are down, you always feel like, you know what, I'm closing this business down, I quit. Don't do that. You must know that there's a saying, of course we know, that says there's light at the end of the tunnel. Or it gets much darker. What's dark before, okay, English. But but the whole point is that when you are in your lows, you must know that you will come up again. So do not quit easily. You must know that it will get better. And lastly, you need to show up. There is nothing as worse as an entrepreneur who does not show up. I hire you to do X, Y, Z for me, and you don't show up for me. We buy a cake because there's a wedding, you do not show up. We hire a photographer does not show up. We hire catering, the caterer does not show up. All sorts of businesses that you can think of literally, you need to show up. The whole point is that there is nothing as worse as an entrepreneur who does not show up. So the whole point is that show up if you want to be a successful entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
So where are my lies? Did I lie? I did not lie. Dr. Ellenson, please come to the stage to allow our mother to give you a token of appreciation for, again, sharing your greatness with us this evening. Ladies and gents, I don't know about you, but if there's anyone tomorrow who needs a suit, burgundy pants, cream white coat, we can talk. You see, I've learned a thing or two so far. So there's a question I want to ask you quickly, ladies and gents. When a musician is on stage, what do you think motivates them and reassures them that they are doing a great job and you guys are loving their melodies? Thank you. Do you guys want our melodies to come back again? Yeah. Only on one condition. If you're gonna clap and dance and look lively, do we have a deal? Great. Can we have the music item again? Thank you. Give them a round of applause.
Good evening. Sanbanani, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Two, okay. There we go. My name is Linda Quenta. My job is to make sure everyone has a partner. Everyone believes in love. Everyone is excited in a relationship. Yeah, that's my job. I do all of that through music. I'm a songwriter and a music producer. There are many songs, most of you who knows, you've been singing along. Some of you have even got partners through those songs because they just send them to people. I'm here just to sing one of those songs. It's a song you know, you love. I'm sorry to those who don't listen a lot to Zulu or, you know, our black Afro-pop music. But I'm just going to tell you, this song is about love at first sight. So do sing along if you know it. Let's have fun. Because I want you, when you get home to your partners, play these songs to them and see the smile in their faces. Okay, if you know it, you can sing along. Let's go. Bakhona bayaziyo le ngoma. Nizoyizwa khona manje. Yeah. A little bit more volume. Losisinga imboniso edlula ngasekhaya ehamba nabangani bakhe kwavele kwajama ingqondo ngaphathwa nayikhaya kwangathi ngiyasangana webantu ake nishoni nake nayibona into enjena ngamthanda umuntu ngiqala ukumbona ngamthanda umuntu ngifisa ukumlobola ngamthanda umuntu ngiqala ukumbona ngamthanda umuntu ngifisa ukumlobola. Do you know the song? How many of you abashela ngayo or abashelwa ngayo? Oh, okay, it goes like webantu abadala ake ningixoxele yake yakhona into enjena mandulo. Yeah, oh, lo sisi angimazi ngisho igama kodwa enhlizweni usengcwele. Webantu ngitsheleni, yake yakhona into enjeni, Jomi say, ngamthanda umuntu, ngiqala ukumbona, ngamthanda umuntu, ngifisa ukumlobola, ngamthanda umuntu, say, ngiqala ukumbona, ngamthanda umuntu, ngifisa ukumlobola. One more time, say, ngamthanda umuntu, ngiqala ukumbona, ngamthanda umuntu, ngifisa ukumlobola, ngamthanda umuntu, ngiqala ukumbona, ngamthanda umuntu, ngifisa ukumlobola, ngiyamthanda, say it. Lo sisi, ngifuna ukuba naye, ngiyamthanda. Lo sisi, say, ngamthanda umuntu, ngiqala ukumbona, ngamthanda umuntu, ngifisa ukumlobola, ngamthanda umuntu, ngiqala ukumbona, ngamthanda umuntu, ngifisa ukumlobola. Oh. Ngiyabonga kakhulu igama Linda Cwenza. You can follow me on all social media. I have a lot of songs, Bafethu. Trust me, if you love love, you believe in love, follow me, listen to my songs on Spotify, everywhere. You won't regret. I'm that guy, I'm that advocate of love. Make sure you do that. Thank you so much.
Okay. Sorry to be a party pooper. Okay, just a second. You can continue clapping. No, I truly am the best ever. Because why? Guys, I have a surprise for you. Can anyone guess who I'm bringing? Woo! Uzu! Okay, let's welcome our. Hey! Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. So obviously we all agree that Uzu is the best mascot ever, right? Okay, guys, can I give you like 5 to 10 minutes to go quickly and dish up outside and then kindly come back so we can continue with the program while everyone is eating in the interest of time. Just 10 minutes to quickly go dish up and then come back with your food so that we can go on with the program. Thank you so much.
So, ayibonge Nkosi. Amen.
Wow. You're right.
Don't kiss. Don't kiss. Okay. So good.
Wemarabini wensenshani marabini saimama Wemarabini wensenshani marabini
Ashilami, Ashilami, we mama, Ashilami, Ashilami, we mama, Ashilami.
Albona Shashi Howenza Scottish 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 Walwona ganjani wawenza niskote. 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 Walwona ganjani wawenza niskote.
I honestly don't think it can get any better than that. Can we please give them a round of applause? You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, please allow me to continue with the program. Is that fine? I am at your mercy. Okay, so before I go on, let me just take this opportunity just one more time to thank the University of Zululand, the organizing committee, and all the sponsors, the guests, for truly, truly just blessing us and honoring us with such greatness in one room for 3 days. It is just amazing. It's just an honor to be around such great minds, such creativity. It's amazing. Thank you to the organizing committee. I know you will do it again. We truly appreciate it, and thank you in advance again. No pressure. But anyways, our next speaker, all the way from USA. I am not lying, guys. I promise you, I'm not over-exaggerating anything. I'm hardly adding on anything. Everything that I'm saying is something that's written down, that's been confirmed, that's been triple-checked. I'm not lying. Audited. Okay? Yes. So the next speaker is none other than Mr. Gray Shipley. the improbably, can we please kindly get back to the program, please? I will give you a second. Can we please get back to the program? Thank you. So the next speaker is Mr. Gray Shipley, the improbably farmer from Appalachian State University of the United States of America. So Gray Shipley, who holds an MBA from Dartmouth's Tuck School of Business and is a veteran of startups and business turnarounds. So he is a strategist. That I've learned so far. He took an unexpected path back to his family's 150-year-old farm. So he comes from entrepreneurship, or business rather. Today, as a partner at Shipley's Farms and Watauga Butchery, I hope I pronounced that right. If I didn't, I'm sorry. Thank you. He is uniquely positioned to bridge the divide between robust business strategy and sustainable agriculture. Gray challenges conventional wisdom, arguing that good food is expensive because it should be expensive. Did I say that right? That's what you say. Okay. It should be expensive because real food is hard to produce, and that's true. And its true cost reflects the immense value to our health, communities, and economy. I totally agree. Not to buy base. Gray has delivered the following signature presentations. First one, the true cost of food, why cheap is the most expensive, which is a provocative exploration of how our drive for inexpensive food undermines health, economy, and environment, and what we can do about it. I, for one, am a strong believer that the more you pay for something, the better value that you get. I worry when something is super cheap. Okay. Second, presentation is farming as a business, not a hobby. Applying business principles in farming, to farming rather. As JFK said, the farmer is the only one in our economy who has to buy everything at retail, sell everything at a wholesale, and pay the freight both ways. Farming is harder than most other businesses and requires sound practices and innovation to make it work. Very true. The third presentation that has been delivered by Mr. Shipley is Cultivating Your Business, Lessons from the Farm for Corporate Strategy, which are insights from the agricultural world that can supercharge business strategy, operations, and leadership in any industry. So, Gray's career reflects an unconventional professional journey. After earning his MBA, he held leadership roles focused on building and transforming businesses, ranging from 3D medical imaging and global manufacturing to cotton gin equipment and custom steel fabrication, including as Chief Executive Officer and founder of Jones Valley Fabrication. He brings extensive expertise in sales, business process improvement, mergers and acquisitions, financial analysis, and corporate strategy. Today, he applies this formidable business acumen to the complex world of local farming, demonstrating how profitability and sustainability can coexist, which is very important in entrepreneurship. Gray also shares his insights as an instructor of strategy and entrepreneurship at Appalachian State Walker College of Business and serves on the board of the Freedom Business Alliance, which combats human trafficking through job creation and economic opportunity. That is very powerful. We do have a problem of human trafficking, and it is something that I believe as the whole country, as the whole nation, as a globe, we should be working towards using everything that we have to see how we can try to tend to that serious issue. And it's beautiful to see that there are people who are using business strategies or their business ventures to actually attend to such big issues. So, sorry, that caught me off guard. So, which combats human trafficking through job creation and economic opportunity, and the advisory board of the Blue Ridge Food Shed Movement, which is dedicated to localizing the regional food supply, creating an integrated, resilient food system. Welcome, Mr. Gray Shipley.
Thank you. You know, I want to say, I want to have Uzu and the singers open up for me as an opening act. Now, every time I speak, I'll have to see what I can do to set that up. That was fantastic. That's a great way to take the podium. I want to start with a question. I want to ask you to think about a question. Pretty simple question. We're here to talk about entrepreneurship. So we need to understand, what is a business? What is the definition of a business? If you were listening closely, Dr. Ellenson, I think, gave you my answer. My answer, the answer that we use in my classroom, is that the definition of a business is a value creation engine. A business is a value creation engine. Oftentimes you'll hear people talk about business as, well, business is an idea, or business is a group of people, or business is a product or a service. That's what defines what a business is, and I disagree. Because if a business is not creating value, then I would argue it's not a business. So business at its core has to be a value creation engine. So if we accept that definition now, how do we create value? In my class, we talk about creating value. The key to creating value is solving a problem for a customer. So business is a value creation engine, and we create value by solving a problem for a customer. So you'll see as I go through this how that's foundational to what I want to talk about. But first, let me talk about a little bit about how I got here. As you heard some in my background, I didn't come naturally to farming or to teaching, but the path that led me to farming is the same path that led me to teaching, and it was my grandfather. Our family farm is in the mountains of North Carolina on the east part of the United States. And the family farm has been there for 154 years. And for me, I've always thought about it as my grandfather's farm. It's not where I grew up, it's where I went to visit my grandparents. And so my grandfather, like most farmers in America, maybe most farmers here, work multiple jobs to be able to farm. And so my grandfather's job was teaching agriculture at the high school, and then he farmed. And so he taught until he was about 70 years old. And then he continued to farm until he was 90 years old. And then when he turned 101 years old, after he retired from farming, he told me that he was bored with retirement and he wanted to get back in the cattle business. And that is what led me to farming. Before that, I had not been involved, and I was fascinated by his 101-year-old entrepreneurial mindset, and I wanted to join him. So my father and I and my grandfather got together, and we relaunched a 154-year-old, at the time 140-year-old family business, starting again to figure out how can we make farming healthy and viable again. And so as I did that, I returned to the family farm, which is located very close to Appalachian State University, and it opened the door to meet Eric and get the opportunity then to start teaching what I've learned in business, what I learned on the farm in the university. And so my grandfather's heritage in farming and in education led me back to a new career in farming and education. He's not still with us. He made it to 103 years old. I got to be his business partner for 2 years and continue to operate the farm on the legacy that he started. And so I am not an academic. I teach one class and I spend most of my time in business. And I think you'll see that as we go through this discussion. My teaching is about bringing lessons from the farm and lessons from experience in business back to the classroom. So I want to share with you 3 lessons that come from some stories from the farm that I want to leave with you. The first story, again, comes from my grandfather, and this was several years ago. My sister and others in the family started to feel like Granddad needed to update the farmhouse, needed to renovate, and Granddad wasn't too excited about that. My sister's a saleswoman, and so she had a spin. She came to him and she said, "Granddaddy, Granddaddy, wouldn't it be nice? You know, you have your chair that sits here by the fireplace, and the house overlooks the hill, but there's a wall here in the room. Wouldn't it be nice if we remodeled and we removed this wall and we opened up a window and you could sit here in your chair and look out on your farm and you could see your cattle? Granddad looked at her and said, I've seen them. Simple as that. So one of the two lessons from that story, one is that oftentimes we can make things very complex, very expensive, very difficult. If we're not focused on what is our goal? What is the outcome that we want to achieve? Granddad knew that the outcome that we need to achieve is a healthy, viable farm that can be sustained for generations. And so looking out a window, remodeling a house doesn't really contribute to that outcome. It makes for a nice setting, but it doesn't help the outcome. And so he was very focused on keeping a clear and simple focus on the outcome that he was after. The second lesson, though, is that you can't manage cattle from the living room. You can't sit in your chair and steward the farm well. He knew that he had to be out there with the cattle, with the livestock, with the soil and the roots and the pasture and the forage to understand how the farm is performing and to manage it better. Second lesson from the farm, Granddad believed a lot in stewardship. He was one of the early leaders in managing the land in what's now described as regenerative practices, regenerative agriculture. And so he was a leader in that early on, the idea of building the land and the soil and the pasture year after year after year, regenerating it where it's getting stronger and getting healthier instead of depleting and extracting from it and adding chemicals instead of life year after year after year. Interesting, though, that this is exciting for me to come here, my first trip to South Africa. There's another man who is another leader in this space. His name is Alan Savory. How many know the name Alan Savory? He was raised in Zimbabwe and went to school at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in the 50s and 60s. He's now one of the world leaders in this idea of regenerative agriculture. His story is that after he finished school, he graduated with a degree in botany and biology, and he started to study the impact on land and the desertification that's going on. Land in southern Africa that's becoming desertified, turning into desert, and the loss of wild habitat. And he started to research this and wrote a research paper and developed a theory that elephants were doing damage to habitats and causing desertification. And so he brought this research paper to the government, presented it in Zimbabwe, and they started a project to begin to cull elephants. And what they found as they did that was not the land recovering, but the land getting worse. And he went on later to say that it was the biggest mistake in his career because what he learned was that he was getting in the way instead of benefiting the land because the animals, the wild animals, in your context, the livestock in ours, are beneficial to the pasture because they disturb the soil and the grass and they bring nutrients and restore it year after year. It's all part of the system that God designed, right? And so the lesson from that is that we have to confront hard truths. And there's a difference between theory and practice. So how do we apply these lessons? And the way that these applications fit in my classroom is, first of all, the principle from Granddad, you can't manage cattle from the living room. Right, so in the classroom, what that means is I take my students off of campus. We create groups who do strategy consulting projects, and we go into the community, partner with local businesses, reach out to a business and say, do you have a problem that we can help you solve? Remember what a business is. A business is a value creation engine looking to solve problems for customers. And my belief is you cannot learn to manage business. You cannot learn to solve business problems without solving business problems. And so we send our students out of the living room, go manage the cattle, go get out into the community and work with businesses to help learn to solve problems. Second is, you remember I talked about Granddad having a clear and simple focus on the outcome that we're pursuing. So I think about that question in education. What is the outcome that we're pursuing in education. And to me, the outcome that we're looking for is not to convey information, knowledge to a student simply for them to repeat it back to me. The information now, it's in our pocket, isn't it? It's on the phone that you carry. So just conveying information that's readily available seems not nearly as beneficial as it used to be. The outcome that we're looking for, I think, is for students to be prepared to think critically and to solve problems, to be able to send them out from the university while they're learning, and then after they're done with their education, to be positioned to solve problems, to think critically, and to look at the world with a mindset of growing value in business. Maybe a helpful analogy, you know, I don't know much about South Africa. As I said, this is my first visit, but one thing that I've come to notice is that this is a resilient people. And I know that because you excel at rugby. And you cannot excel in the game of rugby without being a resilient people. And I noticed you've got the famed team here, right? The Sharks, is it not? We're all big Sharks fans. So think about this analogy. What's the outcome that the Sharks are looking for? What is a function that team serves? It's not to practice and coordinate their jerseys and travel on team buses to go to different locations, right? It's not really, it's one of many of the things that they do, but that's not the outcome. The outcome is we got to win rugby games, right? That's the outcome that we're looking for. So if those things that we're doing along the way aren't helping us win rugby games, well, then we should stop doing them. We should do something else. The same thing I think applies in education. And we see this, the conversation's been happening today about artificial intelligence that's changing our employment environment, that's changing our academic, educational environment. It's made it where the information that we used to convey as knowledge is now in our pocket. I think the solution to that is not thinking about how do we change the way that we grade and test to reduce the use of artificial intelligence, but isn't it instead teach the students to use artificial intelligence well so that they can be effective in their careers as they go out and learn to solve problems. So go back to the earlier definition. If a business is a value creation engine, then what should we be doing with artificial intelligence? Shouldn't we be looking for areas what are the problems that artificial intelligence can't solve that we can solve? What are the problems that artificial intelligence creates that we can solve? Those are the opportunities that I think we want to be looking for as we deal with some of these kinds of issues. And I think a lot of what we can learn from farming and business that applies to how we approach entrepreneurial education. So what I leave you with is, you know, as we think about on the farm, the outcome that we're looking for on the farm is a viable, healthy, sustainable business that can regenerate and grow and get stronger and better year after year after year. I would suggest to you the outcome that we look for in education is similar to that to students who are ready, who are leaving your university prepared to think critically and to solve problems and to thrive in their careers year after year after year. And I challenge you to start to think differently about what are the things that we do in the process of our education system that better positions them for that success. Thank you.
Whew. I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing me saying giants, giants, greatness. It's just there, right? No one can deny it. Thank you so much, Mr. Shipley. That was very informative. I know for one, I've learned a thing or two from today's session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now off to our last speaker for our first session. Please bear with us. We do have a second session. It's not going to be long. where we are going to have our university students pitching, but I'll get to that after our speaker. So obviously you guys, I know I'm going to tell you, I'm bringing it to you greatness again, right? So our greatness now is Mr. Eric Schlenker, who is a managing director from the Center for Entrepreneurship at Appalachian. I heard Mr. Gray pronouncing it as Appalachian, and I had said Appalachian, trying to sound smart. But hey, I'm learning. Appalachian State University from America again, and I understand this is his third time attending the MBALI conference all the way from the United States. Can we give him a round of applause? We are truly, truly, truly honored, sir. So, as Managing Director of the Center for Entrepreneurship at Appalachian State University, Mr. Eric Schlenker, yes, creates transformational educational experiences that cultivate an entrepreneurial mindset in students and empower them to think creatively, act boldly, and pursue meaningful opportunities. In addition to his work at App State, Mr. Eric offers professional coaching to entrepreneurs and startups as they navigate growth, scale, and the challenges of building sustainable businesses. Through his coaching, he helps funders sharpen strategy, overcome obstacles, and make informed decisions during critical stages of business development. I'm sure there's many of us who are entrepreneurs who are at that stage still, have been at that stage, and we just need that one strategist who's willing to invest their mind and expertise into pushing us forward, right? So prior to joining App State in 2014, Mr. Eric founded and operated Synaptis, somewhere along those lines. Sorry, I'm Black. We try. A North Carolina-based software training company. He also spent 11 years at Intel Corporation, where he helped define, launch, and implement the Intel Inside program worldwide. Eric holds a BS in Electrical and Computer Engineering from Clarkson University in New York. So obviously, another giant has what? Has landed. Please welcome Mr. Eric Schlenker.
Thank you for that very kind introduction. Yes, this is my third time here at the MBALI conference. I am delighted to be back to see all of my old friends. I want to say a special thank you to Dean Vezimagaba, who has spent time with us at Appalachian State. We are partnership universities, and it's great to see all of our colleagues and friends here again today. So thank you for having me. I called one of your colleagues and said, hey, I'm going to get an opportunity to speak at this entrepreneurship evening. What should I talk about? And they said, well, why don't you tell us about your Center for Entrepreneurship and what you've done to build it over the last 12 years, what's worked and what's not worked, so that as we start to create entrepreneurship centers in South Africa, that we can sort of learn from your mistakes. And I said, that's great. So that's my plan for this evening. What I want to do to start is to remind you that every entrepreneurship center in every region of the world is going to be different because you have different students with different economies and different environments. But at the end of the day, we're all human beings and we're driven by many of the same things. And I really enjoyed your presentation on mindset, and I'm going to take from where you left off and add a few points of my own. But what we've learned is that when we get students onto campus, very often they are showing up because someone said, you got to go get a college degree. You have to go become an accountant because accountants make money, or you have to do an engineering because you're good at science and math. That's how I got to be an engineer, which I can talk about later. So people show up and they've been a product of the school system that has told them when to show up and what to learn. To Gray's point, we memorize content and spit it back. And we tell them when to show up, what to learn, when to study. We tell them A's are good. We tell them F's are bad. And they learn how to comply. And then we say, let's talk about entrepreneurship, where you need to solve problems worth solving, dig deep, figure out who you are, figure out what you want to do with your life. And they've had absolutely no practice doing that whatsoever, because they have been part of a system that has sort of extracted all that creativity and innovation in the way that we teach. So at the Center for Entrepreneurship, when I first started here, I thought that my goal was to get students to start businesses. That seemed logical. But it became pretty clear to me that a lot of students are not ready to start businesses while they're in school. Certainly many of them do. But we wanted entrepreneurship to be sort of integrated in the way App State did higher education. Like, how do we make sure that we tap into entrepreneurship, make it applicable to everyone? So rather than deciding that our job was to get students to start businesses, we decided that our goal was to instill an entrepreneurial mindset and coach students to achieve their own compelling goals. And what that did was it said, we're in the business school physically, but we want people in theater and dance to come in, industrial design, engineering. We want people outside the business school to recognize themselves as capable entrepreneurs, because once we bring more entrepreneurial thinking into the world, our economies get stronger, our societies get stronger. So we instilled the entrepreneurial mindset, and we certainly support them with the mechanics of starting a business, but students could teach themselves that. Like, it's not hard to figure out how to write a business plan. And what we find out is, not only with students, but in the entrepreneurs and startups that I coach, it's very rarely the challenge that they don't know what to do. The problem is they can't make themselves do it, right? There's something going on in their head that's holding them back, that's creating some challenges or insecurities or doubts and fears, all those normal things that we deal with as humans, different from knowing exactly what they should go do. So we decided that would be our goal, is to instill that entrepreneurial mindset. So I'm going to tell you a story that I'm going to use as my backdrop for 5 principles that we learned at the Center for Entrepreneurship that seem to make a big difference in helping students understand their own mindset and leverage it to their best benefit. And I picked this idea, this student, because he's not what you would expect of a local entrepreneur. He is demonstrating the entrepreneurial mindset. So this student's name is Teo. And Teo, his parents were from Croatia. He was a first-generation person in the United States. And he came to one of our workshops where we talked about the importance of mindset and having clarity on what it is that you want, and not following the path that somebody has created for you, not a path that you're following out of a sense of obligation, but a path that you've chosen for yourself. And so he comes into my office at the end of this workshop and he said, I know what I want to do. I want to be in the elite special forces of the US military. And I said, okay, right? And so trust me, like, I don't think the Center for Entrepreneurship's role is to create soldiers, right? But when you tell somebody that they have agency in their own life and they can do what's important to them, all sorts of interesting things come up. So Teo said, I would like to be in the elite special forces of the military. I said, great. Perfectly good vision for yourself. So let's talk about how to do that. And so we went through the applications and found recruiters, and he had to do all sorts of physical training to be able to achieve this vision he has for his life. So he's all prepped to go. He shows up on the day he's supposed to do his medical exam, which is the last step in the process. And they look at his report and they say, you've had mild childhood scoliosis. So you can't actually be an elite member of the military. And he was crushed. So he came back in and he was heartbroken. He said, I picked this thing. This is what I wanted to do with my life. What do I do now? So we said, well, let's take a step back. Why did you want to be an elite member of the military? He said, because my parents were from Croatia. I'm super proud to be here. I wanted to serve my country. And I said, all right, well, in what ways can we achieve the vision of serving your country without being an elite soldier? So he took a look at his coursework and he swizzled his coursework because he has what he needed to be a cybersecurity analyst. And so he went and reapplied to the Navy this time and said, I would like to serve my country by being a cybersecurity specialist. Great, he still gets to achieve his vision. Shows up on day one and they say, guess what? You have to take a swim test. And this kid has been terrified of the water his entire life. He's never been in the water. He's afraid of all sorts of things. So he said, now what do I do? Well, when you have clarity on your vision, maybe you have the intrinsic motivation to do hard things. So he enrolled in adult swim lessons and he got himself into the pool and he learned how to swim as a 22-year-old young man. 2 months ago, I attended his graduation from the Naval Academy as a cybersecurity specialist, and he now has a picture of himself in the uniform, which what I forgot to mention is part of the motivation in the beginning was we used AI to take his headshot and put him in a uniform for the special forces. And he used that as motivation. He put it in his car, in his pocket, on his bathroom mirror. So we use this, now we have a picture of him in a different uniform, but he's got all of the same satisfaction and fulfillment that he had before. So why do I share a military example on a night we're talking about entrepreneurship? Because that mindset is so important. And the three things I want to share with you about what this teaches us is, number one, clarity on what you want is the number one driver of motivation for students. And sometimes it's not to start a business. Sometimes it's to create some other value in the world. And when we instill that mindset, they can create that value in any number of ways. Sometimes we get in our heads what we want to go do. For instance, the second lesson we learned from Teo, his vision was to be an elite soldier. Well, sometimes we get confused between what's our vision for our future and what's the path that we're going to follow to get the vision. And we have to stay flexible on our path and not let go of the vision. And sometimes there is more than one path to take when we have clarity on exactly what we want. And clarity on what we want doesn't mean exactly what we want or how we're going to get what we want. It's why do we want what we want? What is it about us and who we are and who we want to become that gives us clarity on exactly what we want to go spend our life doing? So don't confuse the vision with the path is number two. Number three is nobody succeeds alone. Dean Magigaba said this morning. She said, we have community members and industry partners and faculty and staff and all sorts of people who are available as an ecosystem to support our entrepreneurs of all ages. And entrepreneurs need to learn that they do not need to carry all of the burden of knowing everything about everything in order to get started. These driven people who have this clarity and this motivation, they feel like they're carrying the world on their shoulders. They have to learn to let some of that go and use the resources that are available to them and who are willing to help. And sometimes that requires a shift in mindset from what they're used to. The fourth thing is that courage comes before confidence. And that's real important because a lot of times we stop and wait until we feel more confident enough to go tackle big challenges. And just like Teo, right, he had to have the courage to get in the pool before he could go do something that was important on the path for him to achieve his vision. And so we try to get students to not be confident, but to be courageous enough to try. And when you try, whether it works or it doesn't work, you build that confidence over time that if it works, great, I'm on a great path. If it doesn't work, I have the resilience to keep going. And when somebody starts to recognize the identity of themselves as someone who can do hard things, a lot of their life plans start to unlock. And then the last thing I'll say that we learned from this Teo example is that a center for entrepreneurship and a university overall has to be a safe place to dream and experiment. Sometimes we are a little, many students walk into my office and they'll come in and they'll close the door and they'll whisper and they say, I've got this idea for a business. I don't want to say it too loud because I think it might be terrible. People have to feel like they're in a safe, psychologically safe space to explore all of the ideas that might be in their head. Give them permission to dream big. And a lot of times when we get clarity on what our big dreams are, we're automatically defining failure. And we're afraid to say it out loud because it might be too far of a reach. And what happens if I don't make it? What does that mean to my intelligence and my drive and my capabilities and my future? We want to recast and reframe that fear of failure as experimentation. And when we perform an experiment, we know that not every experiment we perform is going to go the way we expect, right? We're going to have expected and unexpected outcomes. And that is the definition of what we do when we do experiments. We don't have pass, fail. We don't have win, lose. We have expected and unexpected, and either way we learn something. So that's the way we sort of organize our Center for Entrepreneurship. What I would leave you with is a quote that I got from a local newspaper not that long ago, and I thought it completely and accurately captured sort of what our challenge is. This was just a regular old journalist in the local newspaper. He said, every community has its own assets and opportunities, and it's the job of entrepreneurs to perceive them, seize them, leverage them, and transform them into jobs and growth. And it's up to others to help. So the reason I do what I do is because I get inspired by students who are doing hard things and they're getting some clarity on who they want to become. And I love the energy that's in the room tonight from all the people that are, the energy is different when we talk about entrepreneurship. So when you count among the people who are willing to help, Appalachian State's willing to help. We hope to get the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eric. To uphold our custom of honoring our guests, can I please have Prof. Makigaba to just honor and thank first Mr. Shipley. And then our last speaker, Mr. Schlenker. Schlenker. Thank you. Oh, what an amazing, amazing, amazing first session. Just to emphasize what Mr. Schlenker said. Can I tell you, sir, that you just spoke directly to the next session? We are about to have a competition where our 10 UniZulu student entrepreneurs are going to be pitching and competing for a prize from ABSA, I believe. I would love to ask and encourage everyone to just encourage them. And also, I love what Mr. Schlenker said, that in entrepreneurship, there's no pass, there's no fail, right? So this is an opportunity for them to learn, to grow and see where to improve and. So allow me to welcome my colleague, Dr. Harris Madugu. He is going to be facilitating this session. Ladies and gents, please just bear with us. You guys have been amazing so far. We are almost at the end. Can we give a round of applause for Dr. Madugu as he comes to the front?
Good evening. Thank you, Ms. Mabiga, for presiding over the program. So allow me to introduce you to the next program, which is the ABSA Student Entrepreneurship Program. But before I go there, I think it's important to mention that this is MBALI Conference's 10th anniversary, and ABSA has been very instrumental in terms of being a partner and being available. Every time we're here at MBALI, they're always staying up until 9, 10 p.m. We understand they're busy people, but they're always staying around with us. And also as a gesture for the 10th anniversary of the conference, ABSA is doing amazing to our students. They are promising to go beyond what they did last year. Last year, our students got 5,000 each for the 3 top winners, and this year ABSA is promising to go beyond that. But before, just not to make our students to be nervous and to overthink, we won't mention the figures now. ABSA is going to do that when they give the awards to our students, but they should just know that ABSA is going way beyond what they did last year. So we would like to thank ABSA for that, for blessing our students on the 10th anniversary of the conference. So this is what we're going to do. Our program is we have 10 students that are pitching their ideas, and we're going to give each student 3 minutes to pitch their idea, and we've got 1 minute to give the adjudicators enough time to sort out the paperwork. When we're done, then the judges are going to consolidate, and they're going to give us the 3 top winners, and ABSA is going to be responsible for giving out the prizes. So we have got 3 judges. We have Miss Tolani Ngalane, and from ABSA, and we have Larissa van der Sat from ABSA, and we also have Miss Tulisi Lekoza from the Ministry of Small Business Development. Those are our judges. So we are going to have, so to our students, we're going to go with the list that is on the table. We will Samkelo Stole, who's going to come first. Excellent Kumalo, Bongmenz Zikali, Kwanda Nzimakwe, Aspile Mkize, Spezi Nhle Mpontshane, Spamandla Sokhela, Anele Mdaweni, Oluhle Madlala, and then lastly Percival Gobot. Okay, so did you open the one for Samkela? Which one is it? That's Samkela. We can go present. Where's our timekeeper? Please come forward. So I think when you're left with a minute, it's going to show you the 1 minute left. So Samkelo Stoyle, can you please come forward? Timekeeper, are you ready? Our judges, are you ready? So we're ready when you're ready. Okay. Don't worry, it's your business, you know what to say.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Samuel Stole. Today I'm going to present my idea called Educational Track System, in simple term, EduTrack System. I've once been a learner before, so every day learners spend more than 8 hours at school attending different subjects. So from in the morning up until afternoon, they end up, when they go home, they end up forgetting most of the things that they've learned earlier that day. So during examination time, when the examination time arrives, they literally don't like remember everything. So although the government or many learners in Mpumalanga or Gauteng, they receive tablets to learn or just revise using digital textbooks. But they don't use those textbooks. They go to YouTube just to learn and do some of the things. So our solution is to develop a system that will use smart boards. Those smart boards are going to automatically record everything that is going to be happening in a classroom. That is going to automatically, everything that is going to happen in a classroom is more like recording a YouTube video, but this one is going to be uploaded in an app called Vimba app. This app is going to be installed in the tablets of learners. The department is supplying to students. So this system does not end there. It also helped the Department of Basic Education by allowing officials to monitor schools online instead of traveling long distances. Going to schools just to monitor the progress. So it's going to save time, reduce cost, and also help identify schools that need support more quickly. It will also assist students from university students who are doing technology degrees or engineering degree. Those students, they are going to develop, they are going to monitor and secure the system. Then they will have a practical experience before graduating. These are the government officials, and this one is going to be students who are doing tech-related degree, who are going to monitor a secure and also develop this system and get practical experience, because we know that most of the students who are doing tech-related degrees, they have to have a portfolio before going to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel, for your presentation. We'll give the judges enough time to consolidate. You can take your seats, and you're gonna get feedback at the end of the session. Thank you. Can I please have Excellent Numalo to come to the front while the judges are still consolidating. This is you, ne? Yes. So just wait for the judges to finish, and then the timekeeper is going to tell you.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Excellent Nduduzo Ngumalo. I'm a final year student at microbiology and biochemistry. I'm here to present a Zululand BioBoost. It's weird to say every weekend that I'm going at home. This one day I met a small-scale farmer at the rank, Miss Ebile Butelis. Throughout our discussion as a young student who is interested and passionate about what is happening in the society that we live in, I get to learn that Ms. Ebile is actually having challenges in getting biosynthetic fertilizers that should enhance what she uses to provide needs for her family. Unfortunately, she go to the loan sharks with high rates, loaning about 400 rand. The loan shark are charging her 60% interest, of which compromises her children from getting food, going to school adequate. It's a problem. Also, again, these biofertilizers that are actually used in this scale farming, they destroy or causes damage to the rivers that we use as communities to drink. We are then proposing a Zululand bioboost. What is a Zululand bioboost? It is a liquid biofertilizer made from plant growth rhizobacteria that live naturally in our soil. These bacteria fix nitrogen and phosphorus from soil freely, enhancing the growth of these enhancing the growth of what Ms. Cebile grows or plants, spinaches and everything. This is the plant that we are going to use. We are going to isolate these bacteria from the soil freely. We are going to grow them in the lab. We are also going to package them. Also, we are different because we are offering something that is environmental friendly, that is not costly, ridiculous. It is friendly in a sense. We are then saying we are not going to import these bacteria, we are going to extract them from our local soil. We are also saying that it will enhance Ms. Cebile to ensure that she is able to produce adequate plants that will enhance her, to ensure that what she sells, it is of quality, it does not destroy environment. Also, we are saying that this our product, it is environmental friendly because there are going to be no chemicals that are going to run into our waters. We are also saying that at a long time scale, we are looking to ensure that our communities get fed properly, they get adequate food through the soil that is going to be time and again monitored using this bacteria. We are also saying that as a Zululand bio.
Thank you, excellent, for your presentation. You can take your seats. We'll give the judges enough time to consolidate. As the judges are consolidating, can we have Bongmenzi's Kali to come and be ready? Smiso? Smiso? Where's Smiso? This one is a PDF, so I don't know.
Oh, you did it in PDF?
It's PDF.
Yeah, we'll do it like this. You'll teach us
Some
it
people
to score. Yeah.
It's not showing.
No, he'll show it once he starts.
Okay.
It's not even a touch.
So move on. So yeah, nothing.
You move it like this.
Like this.
Yeah.
Judges, are you ready? Okay, timekeeper.
Good evening. My name is Bongmen Zikali, and I'm here to present my business, which is called Martinez's Cupcakes. Martinez's Cupcake was found and implemented on the current year after research that students on the campus suffers from high prices and long distance to find cupcakes. As Martinez's Cupcakes, we decided to make it easier for them to save more cost on traveling and on higher costs. About us, we sell affordable cupcakes with different flavors that bring joyful and to delicious. We have different flavors that we sell right now. We have the same price but different flavors. We have vanilla flavored and chocolate mint flavored. We also have cappuccino and chocolate mint. We are different from our competitors since in our cupcakes, we usually add creams on the top of the cupcakes. So many of the students like that. Our business overview, the mission is to provide students with an affordable cupcakes so that they will be able to save money for buying a cheapest cupcake with fast and good services. And that will also help the business to improve to the next level. Since the plan is to take the next level of bakery where we'll bake different types of cakes. We're also willing to employ some of students around the campus. The plan is to open the Martinez's bakery store where all customers will be able to buy and order their favorite cakes in our official bakery. We'll need some of the equipment that will be a mixer, fridge, and our branded boxes, which will cost around 90,000. And the expansion of the business will need 2 bakers and two more campuses. That will be around 60,000. And the marketing package upgrade will also need 30,000. For your attention, let me say thank you.
All done, Bongmenzi. So we'll give our judges some time to consolidate. And our next presenter is Kwanda Nzimagwe. Can you please come up for? So when our judges are ready, the timekeepers will tell you to start.
Sorghum, amabele, umbila, mealies, izindlubu, amarantas, imbuya. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. My name is Wanda Nzimagwe, and I am the founder of Melson Produces. So as I was sitting down today, Mr. Shipley spoke something. So I would have used this slogan, we are not too modernized for our indigenous foods. But since Mr. Shipley said today, a business is a value addition engine. So I take that from today. So we as Melson Producers, we add value to our indigenous crops, our indigenous ingredients, or the crops that we have grown in South Africa. So in this world where we have modernized so much, we have kind of lost our indigenous ingredients and what we grow up eating. So this is what we solve as a business. We solve this we solve this problem by utilizing these underutilized
indigenous ingredients and integrating them to market-ready products. So we make products, okay, so from underutilized to nutritious indigenous superfoods. That is who we are. So we have made indigenous products, market-ready products. When you go to your shop, right, your market, in your store. So we are trying to get there by buying these indigenous ingredients. Currently today, I was at the lab or the whole day. I was making a new cottage cheese infused with amaranthus. So that is what we are trying to make. We want you to buy these indigenous ingredients into market-ready products. So we are integrating them to market-ready products that you can eat anytime, any day. You enjoy the indigenous ingredients. So in Traction, this is us, ladies and gentlemen. We have been exhibiting a number of times in the University of Zululand, and we have been trying to get a market response or doing consumer acceptability of our products, trying to make sure that people do love what we make. So we currently, because we are not registered other SEBs, because we can't sell our products until they are verified that they are good, so that the people can eat them. They are safe. So we have been doing these exhibitions and selling them while they are still fresh, so that they don't stay, because we are still under making sure that the shelf life of the products is valid. So we sell when we are able on exhibition days, but we have been doing prototypes for most of the time. So this is me, Kwanda Bless Nzimagwe, the CEO of the company, with my brother Nkosinathi Ngobo, who is in marketing management. Thank you.
Uh, uh, please don't influence the judges. As we wait for the judges to finish up their consolidation, our next presenter is Asipile Mkhize. Can you please come and wait for your presentation? They're coming. Jenny. So once the judges are done, then you can.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I need you to picture this. It is Sunday night at the University of Zululand student accommodation. 110 students, one freezer. Your meat is gone. Your juice is frozen. This was our life, so we fixed it. J&A Active Services provides a platform of giving refrigerators to students. University of Zululand has more than 10 on-campus residents, yet only 3 of those have adequate refrigeration, making it approximately 70% of students who don't have proper refrigeration. Off campus, buying a fridge costs you 3,500 excluding delivery costs, making it highly unaffordable for students to buy those fridges. In rural northern KZN, families also pay high fees to hire freezers for events. That leads to food spoilage, unnecessary expenses, and financial strain, highlighting the need for affordable refrigeration rental solutions. J&A Active Services provides affordable refrigeration through a flexible rental model. We rent refrigerators to students on a monthly basis and freezers to families and event organizers on a daily basis for ceremonies and special events. We offer free delivery and installation and maintenance, ensuring a hassle-free experience for our customers instead of paying a high purchase money to rent those freezers. Our promise is simple: affordable refrigeration, accessible everywhere. We launched JNA Arctic Services in February 2026 with an investment of 10,800. We have 3 active students who pay 350 per month. 150,000 is our revenue per month. Yet only 200 was our cost till to date, demonstrating a low-cost operational model. Our goal is to buy more freezers and expand our fleet with 10 refrigerators and 1 or many rental normal mobile refrigerations. Meet me, I am Asipile Mkize, the co-founder and operation director of JNA Arctic Services. Meet Jodel Davids, who is the co-founder and marketing director of JNA Arctic Services. You call us on WhatsApp, we respond within 24 hours to confirm availability and rental details. Once confirmed, we deliver, install and set up the units at no cost. We are seeking a 40,000 investment to expand our refrigerators with 10 fleets. This investment will enable us to help more students in 12 months. By investing in JNA Arctic Services, you are helping us provide affordable refrigeration to more than 70% of students who are currently suffering and lacking the adequate access to refrigeration. Thank you.
Thank you, Aspile. Our next presenter is the President Mponchane. This is you, ne? Yes, that's me. Right, after the judges are good, then we can start. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Dogozo Zipizinhle Mponchane, an aspiring lawyer and a businessman. Today, I present to you Dreamwash, which is a student-led car wash operating within the premises of the University of Zululand. There's something wrong here. It's a professional student-led car wash targeting middle-class working people, professionals, mainly university staff, school teachers, office buildings, and companies that has large parking spaces. So, our company background. We are a business that is established to provide a convenient, affordable car wash service exclusively for the professional working class who cannot afford to spend long hours waiting at the car wash to get their cars cleaned. And upon my observation, I've noticed that many of these middle-class professionals can go weeks with their dirty cars. You are laughing, but it's a fact. So we decided to bring the service to exactly where they are actually working. While they are while they're continuing with their daily operational work, we are washing their cars. So our mission and vision is to become the first and leading subscription-based car wash, specifically for our markets, which is the working class. And by subscription-based model, I mean, we want to create a model whereby our clients will actually pay a monthly subscription, not that every time we wash their cars, they actually pay. And we will develop an app whereby they can track and see which time frames are actually available for us to actually, so that they can book us, so that we can come. And our vision is to deliver convenient, high quality vehicle cleaning directly to their workplace, which is a very unique approach to run a car wash. And we actually have a very positive social impact. How? We actually employ students who do not have funding at our university. Currently, we have 2 who are working with us. We actually started operating towards the end of 2nd semester, and we are looking forward to expanding and hiring even more. Because of time, I'll just jump to the funding requested. We are seeking a funding of 240,000 rand, which will be subcategorized to the following needs. We'll need a trailer, a bakkie, a Red Rhino petrol pump, a tank, and a vacuum cleaner, which will actually enable us to travel to the other places, not just limited to our university. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mponchane. Our next presenter is Spamandla Sokela. Those on the above.
Waste is only waste if you waste it, but to an entrepreneur, it's a resource for a business. My name is Pamanda Sokela, and I'm the founder and the CEO of Waste Guardian SA, solving university student town rental waste. So the big problem is that municipal bylaws require landlords to rent 4.5 square meter skips for commercial student housings. But the challenge is that the rapid student enrollment leading to every square meter to have additional housing. There's zero space for a skip within their properties. So this now leading to these landlords bypassing the laws where they have where they dump their student commercial waste into the community skips. This creates a business opportunity where we have the agent problem is that there's a loss of value. We have mixed waste losing value to 80% for it to being resold. And then the municipal skip starts to overflowing, straining, having them spending millions to do the cleanups. Social risk is that illegal dumping poses human health. This creates an opportunity for us to provide, save landlords and save municipalities, save resources and generate profits for our business. Our business is that we suggest removing bulky skip, replacing them with wheelie bins which are transparent and color-coded with the QR code and help the landlord comply. These bins will have a scan and learn QR code system where we place a unique QR code sticker on every bin. When student uses the bin correctly, they scan the QR code with their phone. The page automatically enters them into a monthly draw with 500 data. It also invites them into our monthly cleanups. This will also use the bin as the billboard for advertising, where we'll sell the QR code to the businesses where they can advertise within our space with the price of 500 to 1,000 per month. And then this will get sponsors directly to have a guaranteed access to thousands of students, and this will cost us 0 rand. So the profits for this business model is strategized into 4 ways, where we have the subscription to landlord to rent a skip for a bin for 150 per month, and then the gatekeeper response disposal where non-subscribers will pay 60 rand plant if their waste is not sorted, and then sell this waste to the buyback centers. This will solve this problem here by creating color-coded bins, which also act as the advertising boards. This will create a solution where we transport these and deliver it to buyback centers. Then sell this as a product where we non-recyclable waste, we sell it into renewable products, inviting communities for competition to turn this non-recyclable waste to new products. And then this is the scale. Strategic partners requires PRO, municipalities, buyback centers, and sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sokela. Now we'll give our judges enough time to consolidate. But as we wait for them, can I please have Anele Mdaweni to come up front and prepare for your presentation.
What if the next great South African business idea already exists, but its founder simply doesn't know what to do next? Greetings, esteemed judges and fellow participants. My name is Anele Mdaweni and I'm the founder of Umzanyana Foundation. As of March 2026, South Africa's youth unemployment rate stands at 60.9%. Behind that statistic are thousands of young people with ideas, ambition, and the potential to create businesses, but many lack access to the knowledge, mentorship, and practical support needed to turn those ideas into sustainable businesses. Through conversations with student entrepreneurs and aspiring business owners in my community, I identified a recurring problem. Young people don't necessarily lack ideas. They lack the roadmap to turn those ideas into viable businesses. That is why I created the Umzanyana Foundation Innovators Growth Program, IGP. IGP is a structured entrepreneurship development program that takes young entrepreneurs beyond simply having an idea. We guide them through idea validation, business registration, financial management, mentorship, practical business tools, and funding readiness so that they leave the program with a business that is not only operational, but positioned to grow. And importantly, Umzanyana IGP is built to be financially sustainable. Participants pay a once-off program fee of 900 Rand, which gives them access to our training, mentorship, and practical business tools. This creates a pay-for-value model. Entrepreneurs receive a meaningful support while Umzanyana generates earned income that can be reinvested into improving the program, developing new resources, and expanding our reach. In our first year, our goal is to support at least 100 young entrepreneurs. At 900 participants, that represents a potential of 90,000 in program revenue from our first cohort before additional revenue opportunities. As we grow, we plan to expand our income streams through entrepreneurship workshops for institutions, business support services, strategic corporate partnerships, and additional enterprise development programs. Our long-term vision is to create a nationwide ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Anele, for that. As we give our judges time to consolidate, can we have Oluhle Madlala to come and prepare for your presentation? Colleagues, we are now left with with two presenters, so just bear with us. I know it's been a long day, but we're almost there. This is you.
Yes, this is me.
See if they're gonna move. Right. Yeah, they're moving. So what's the
Good evening. Standing before you is Turbulent Madlala, also known as Oluhle Madlala. I am the founder and CEO of CodeShift AI. Developers always struggle with manually translating code between programming languages. Our solution, CodeShift AI, is a web-based platform which translates between programming languages. CodeShift AI is purpose-built and provides idiomatic outputs and learning explanations. Our primary customer is South African university students. Our secondary customers are coding bootcamps, and our tertiary customers are junior developers. So CodeShift AI uses business model is a freemium model. We have a free tier, a basic plan, a pro plan, and an institutional custom plan. Our financial projections with CodeShift AI, it is projected that we reach break even on the 7th month. Our go-to-market strategy. So for phase 1, we're going to have a campus launch. Phase 2 is going to be a national expansion, and phase 3 is going to be continental scaling. Operations. So think of it as like Google Translate, but for programming languages. So what happens is that a user pastes code, translates it, our AI understands it, and provides